All right, so I told you guys this dude was lying the whole time. He was talking about how his family was weighing in on his decision, that he wasn't sure what to do. He was taking them into consideration. I told you guys on my videos that that was cap because this guy was behind the scenes trying to work with teams to bring in more players. And this here confirms exactly what I was saying. LeBron James reportedly wanted the Cavaliers to trade for Kyrie Irving, but the Mavericks shut down those talks. So evidently, LeBron wanted the Cavaliers to trade Harden for Kyrie Irving. And that just wasn't going to work for the Mavericks, obviously. Let me know in the chat if you guys can hear me well. If I'm clear and if the volume is loud enough. It says I have 7 people in here. Oh man, what are you talking about? You had your hopes up for the Sixers. Are you a Sixers fan? This is what's so bad for Sixers fans. Okay, good. You can hear me. Okay. Here's what's so bad. Here, and this is what I've said on multiple videos. I've already said this, but I'll say it again. The 76ers will go as far as Joel Embiid's health will take them. If Embiid can play a full year healthy, or at least a full playoff season healthy, they have a legitimate shot at winning a championship if he's healthy, along with Jaylen Brown, Maxey, and Edgecombe. But LeBron, ironically, actually hurts them because what he's really going to do is he's going to eat into the development of Edgecombe. So what they're doing essentially is they're stifling Edgecombe's development by getting a ball dominant LeBron James. That's not a good strategy. I'd rather have a young, hungry Edge. I love the future of the league right now. Look at last year's rookie class and look at this year's rookie class. We've already got Caleb Williams on the Bulls. I got a chip on my shoulder because I wasn't taking one. Number 2 pick, Darren Peterson. I got a chip on my shoulder. I wasn't taking number 1. Peterson, AJ, Caleb Wilson, Cam Boozer, they all look like they're going to be very good in the league. Yaxel looks like he's going to be good. I think Morris Johnson Jr. from Dallas is going to be good. I think the Spurs may have got a nice steal in Jaden Quaintance. They just cleaned his knee up. He's probably going to miss half this season, maybe even the full season, and come in and report in 2027. So there's so many good players in this draft that I can't wait to see play. And then couple that with all the good rookies from last year, including VJ Edgecombe. And here is LeBron James. He's like staying out on the stage. It's like, okay, it's time to bring out the Apollo clown and get this dude off the stage. You've been here too long. It's like he's at the talent show. You know, you got like an hour time slot, and there's like 12 contestants, and each one has like 5 minutes. So LeBron comes in. He's like the 4th contestant, comes out, plays his little guitar song. The crowd cheers. They're expecting him to leave. He's like, I'm going to play again. I'm going to play my song again. They're playing another song. And the crowd's just like, okay, cool. Good job. Now we're ready for the next guy. Now, you know what? I'm going to play a 3rd song. Meanwhile, the competitors are backstage waiting. It's their turn. But this jackass is still on the stage playing to the crowd, trying to soak up more attention. LeBron, you've had your career. you are now stifling VJ Edgecombe's development. And here's what's ironic. He could hurt the 76ers. He doesn't move the needle for the Sixers either way. So what's going to move the needle for the Sixers is Joel Embiid's health. If Embiid is healthy, they don't need LeBron to have a shot at the championship. Embiid, Maxey, and Brown are plenty enough to do it. And then Edgecombe is a huge bonus. Now let's say, and by the way, if Embiid's not healthy, then those guys are not going to make a legitimate run at a championship without Embiid. So if you do have Embiid, you're good with those other guys, you're good enough to make a championship run. But if Embiid's healthy and you add LeBron in there with everyone else, he's going to take away from the chemistry of the other guys. And I said this like 2 weeks ago. I made a slew of videos this month. And I said that on the Bob Meyer video. I said LeBron only hurts Philly. He's going to disrupt their chemistry, or if they don't have Embiid, they're not going to be good enough anyways, and he'll still disrupt their chemistry. This is a lose-lose for Philly. If Embiid's healthy, they don't need LeBron. And if Embiid's hurt, LeBron doesn't move the needle to help them. All he's going to do is disrupt the chemistry of the growing backcourt. And I've heard them say, well, if Embiid gets hurt, LeBron will move to the 5. And how many teams are going to welcome that? Yes, I would love to go against a 42-year-old 3.5. He's not even a full power forward. But he's bigger than a small forward, but smaller than a power forward. So he's like a 3.5, if you want to call him that. He's a hybrid. And then you take him and put him at the center position? Sign me up. You think the Spurs and OKC would fear LeBron? What was the knock on OKC, on Chet Holmgren when they went against San Antonio? Is that Chet Holmgren was getting annihilated by Wembanyama and the Spurs. But yet, if you look back in the second round, Chet was dominating LeBron down low. I've got video clips of it. I've got some other videos I'm currently working on, and I'm going to highlight the way Chet dominated LeBron in the second round. And what's Kendrick Perkins doing? Kendrick Perkins is coming on SportsCenter every other day talking about Chet Holmgren is weak. Yeah, but he annihilated LeBron James, though, didn't he? He was only weak when he was against Wembanyama. So you think that if Embiid goes down, LeBron's going to just seamlessly step into the center position and challenge the Spurs or the Thunder? He won't even challenge I am telling you, he won't even challenge Cat at the Knicks. I am telling you, the Hawks are building a very solid roster. The Utah Jazz are building. I am telling you, the Jazz look scary with Laurie Markkanen, Jaren Jackson Jr., Darren Peterson, Ace Bailey, and Keontae George. Utah has sneakily built a really solid roster. And don't look now, but even the Wizards, if Anthony Davis is healthy, him playing alongside with Alex Sarr, and we knew AJ DeBonsta, which he's going to go through some growing pains, but he should be a pretty good rookie. And then Trae Young, who's a scoring machine. He's a defensive liability. But, I mean, if you have AD and Alex Sarr playing, protecting the rim, I'm sorry, but LeBron, the league does not need you. The league has outgrown LeBron James. He's in the way. That's why he's making $4 million. He went from $52 million last year all the way down to $4 million because the league has outgrown him. LeBron, you've had your career. Yeah, 4 championships in 23 years. This dude tried to get James Harden traded for Kyrie Irving. Notice he no longer has the pull that he used to have. He used to be able to manipulate and pull the strings on deals like that. No more. Your time's up, LeBron. And he is totally in the way for Philly, does not move the needle. What moves the needle for Philly, and I will tell you who would be a scary team, is this 76er squad minus LeBron with a healthy Joel Embiid. If you remember what Joel Embiid did game 7 against Boston in round 1, that was a scary guy. We really have been robbed of a big what if with Joel Embiid. His health, man, if that guy could just be healthy, that would move the needle for Philly. And you would not need LeBron. LeBron's going to do nothing but disrupt the chemistry of that really solid, talented backcourt and stifle the development of young, rising VJ Edgecombe. Let me get to some of these questions in here. Bob Myers going to get fired? I mean, made a big splash. I can see them. I mean, Bob Myers, here's the thing. Bob Myers and LeBron James have 2 different goals. LeBron's only got 1 goal, and he can dress it up however he wants. But anybody who's paid attention to LeBron James knows the only thing he wants to do is catch up with Kobe Bryant and then try to catch up with Michael Jordan. This is his last Hail Mary, and it is going to be a hilarious disaster, a hilarious train wreck to the title of my video here. This is going to be hilarious. So Bob Myers actually didn't do a bad job to get LeBron because his goal is to bring in money and profit for the team. So he did his part. Of course, a championship would be great, but LeBron's not interested in money. I mean, he does want money if he can get it, but his goal is to get another championship. That's what he's desperate for. I hear some of these LeBron stans being like, what do? You can't play basketball like LeBron. Never said that I could. But I'm not over here professing to be better than Jordan or professing to be better than the GOAT. So if I'm not saying I'm the GOAT, why are you comparing? I'm not better. Obviously, I'm not. None of us here are close to LeBron James in terms of basketball. How do you move the argument to talking about a typical average person is not as good at LeBron at basketball? Who's ever said that we were? So that's like the stupidest argument you will hear from these guys. So then they're like, well, you're not as good as LeBron. You don't have as much money as LeBron. And you know what? LeBron James could have $100 trillion, and he's still going to feel that lack on the inside when he looks in the mirror because he knows that he could never be what Jordan was. And he never could be what Kobe was. He's not on those guys' level, and it's not close. What'd you say? I didn't look at his reaction yet. I am still looking. I'm still going through videos right now. So I'm going to be putting some videos to, hopefully I'll get a video out tomorrow. If not, then Sunday. So what I'm doing is I'm carefully clipping videos right now to make a video and help expose the lies like I've been doing the last few weeks. Yes, that is true. You cannot buy respect. Absolutely. And that's one thing. LeBron can get all the sponsors, make all the money, but it doesn't matter though. He doesn't have the respect. By the way, you know something I noticed when I was clipping? Look at this. This is Shams. This is a video I was clipping from. This segment right here, there was a montage playing. they introduced Shams, and he was looking in the camera and talking as if he really knew what he was talking about. And then they cut as he was talking, they just switched to his voiceover playing over LeBron James highlights. Then the highlights came down. Shams didn't know that the highlights came down. This jackass is on here reading from a script. I thought, but when he's talking on camera, you think that he's talking off his head. Like, okay, yes, people, those of us who make YouTube videos, some of the time, yes, we're reading a script on a voiceover. That's fine. We're making a video. This guy is supposed to be like the #1 guy in information on ESPN. But this dude doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's just reading from a script. All he is a face. This guy is useless. Like I said on my last video, this guy should win an ESPY for most useless reporter. So now this dude got caught reading in the middle of a segment. So I just thought that was hilarious. So I will point that out on my next video as well. So let's go over this real quick. And let me know if you have any questions. I'll look through some comments in a minute. But just to read this and to break this down. I thought I was done when the season ended. No, you didn't. Do you really think LeBron was going to retire without a whole retirement tour and getting celebrated from city to city? LeBron, you ain't Tim Duncan. That's what Tim Duncan did. He bypassed all that. After you got eliminated in 2016 by OKC in round 2, he was just like, salute, peace, I'm out, guys. And that was it. He was gone like the wind. LeBron's never going to do that, though. So saying I thought I was done when the season ended, I wasn't ready. I knew I needed some time to really decide it, but I was pretty sure I played my last game. I was honest at that last press. Notice that him and Rich Paul are always saying, well, I was honest. That's what liars do. This is not a good duo. Rich Paul and LeBron James, LeBron James needs like an intellectual in his ear talking to him. But Rich Paul and LeBron James, neither one of them are very intelligent. They need someone intelligent. LeBron needs someone intelligent in his ear, spelling it out for him. Unlike Rich Paul, who just basically talks the same way as him. His brain buffers every other word. It's so painful trying to listen to him talk on a podcast. It's just like excruciating on the ears. So he says, I was honest. Rich Paul also said the same thing. If you volunteer without being prompted and say things like, well, it's not like, LeBron's chasing the ring like Rich Paul did. Or LeBron saying here, I was honest at that last press conference. Why would you assume that we thought you were not being honest, LeBron? Because he's got a guilty conscience. He's a professional liar. He's been lying. I broke it down. I really examined it. If any of you want to check my last video exposing the last lie at Fanatics Fest, I go down and I break down his body language at the first decision in 2010. How his eyes bounced around, how he put his head down and he sighed. He couldn't answer questions. Simple question. Jim Gray said, had you been planning on playing with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh before? And he's just like, and he looks around. His eyes are bouncing around. Well, I'm looking forward to it. No one said, are you looking forward to it? We already know you're looking forward to it. We said, were you planning it? So LeBron, as much as he lies, he's a terrible liar. So as he says, I was honest at the press conference when I said I needed to look at myself and decided if I still love out. LeBron, why can't this dude, why can't you just proofread before you send this out? I don't get this. This is my last decision. Maybe. But if things go disastrous in Philly, he might go for one last season in Cleveland just to wrap it up and to soak in even a little more attention. I'm not going for money. That's another lie. No one wanted to pay you. That was the holdup. Everyone was like, what's taking LeBron so long? He needs to hurry up and make his decision. It's not that he was being impatient. He was trying to get paid, and he was trying to get a team stack. Once he found out no one's paying for your services, at least no one that you have any kind of chance of winning a championship with. Maybe the Sacramento Kings might have given like 15 or 20 million, but that's probably about the most he was going to get. They might have even given him like 40 million if he came there just to earn some extra money on ticket sales and stuff. But they're not going to compete, obviously. So this is a lie too, saying that I'm not going for money. No one's offering you money. So don't manipulate us like that. This is the thing. He thinks everyone is as dumb as he is. He doesn't understand that. I'm not going for family. Well, evidently, if you're going to Philadelphia, you're not going for family. But what did he say at Fan Fanatics? Oh, well, my family is weighing in on me, so I'm waiting on my decision to see what my family wants. Oh, what my little daughter wants. I'm so close to my little daughter. She means a lot to me. Spoken like a true narcissist. What kind of father needs to go on a public statement and say, oh, my family means a lot to me? You just assume that people's family mean a lot to them. You don't need to voluntarily offer that up. Like, all he's trying to do is portray a good public image because he's so deeply insecure and because he's a narcissist. And narcissists, they don't care about people, but they do care about the opinions of people. Because their fuel, how you feed a narcissist, is to give them admiration, respect, and attention. That's what they live for. But they will discard a person as soon as they have no use for them. As soon as you no longer fuel their narcissism, they discard you and they move on. They get their what the psychologists call their narcissistic supply. So narcissists, like Bane in The Dark Knight Rises, where he wears that mask, where he has to have that mask on for him to breathe. That's what a narcissist has to have. They have to have that supply, which is attention. LeBron James may quite possibly be the biggest narcissist that I've ever seen in my lifetime. And there are a slew of really huge, full-blown narcissists. But LeBron James, I think, is the king. He wants to be a king. Yeah, he is king narcissist. Because you would once you understand how narcissism works, then you clearly understand why he does the things that he does. That's why I am able to call him out in advance, because I already know what he's thinking. That's how, as soon as he went on stage at Fan Fanatics and said, oh, well, it's my family. I care about my family. I'm waiting on their decision. That's how I immediately knew that was just a narcissistic response, because they want the public to love them and respect them. And when they get that positive feedback, that's their narcissistic supply. Now, LeBron, when he was in his prime, he had narcissistic supply coming everywhere. But now he doesn't have that. And that's why this decision took so long. Because he was waiting to get. He was hoping to get money, and he was hoping to get a super team. What he ended up settling for was a super team on a team he didn't really want to go play for. He didn't want to play for Philly. That definitely was not his top choice. He would have much rather preferred Cleveland because it was his home, Miami because of the weather, Golden State because of the weather. But no, scratch that. He would not want to win with Golden State, because if he won with Golden State, then that would mean Steph Curry would also get ring number 5. See, he needs ring number 5 because he needs to surpass Steph Curry. Because Michael Jordan, no one effed with Michael Jordan in Michael Jordan's era. He dominated his era. Nobody ate. All of Jordan's opponents starved in the 90s when Jordan was playing. But with LeBron in his era, Kobe ate, Duncan ate, Steph Curry ate, Kawhi Leonard ate, and they got fat. LeBron, on the other hand, yeah, he ate, but so did a bunch of other guys. And with Kobe, the only other guy who ate on his watch was Duncan. With Jordan, nobody else ate. So that's another thing with LeBron. He did not dominate. He wasn't even. So he needs to get. See, that's another thing. Somebody will say, well, how's LeBron GOAT when Steph Curry has the same amount of rings? So LeBron wants to say, well, I had the most rings. I had 5 rings in my era. No one else had that. So therefore, he needs to pass Steph Curry. If he played with Golden State and they both had 5 rings, then LeBron can't say that. So Golden State, I don't think was ever a real consideration. It would have been fun for him, but the narcissist always is thinking about how can I get better? How can I make my resume better? There's all this. That's why you have channels like mine and Jay's channel and Dreamers Pro and all of us making these videos, because we got to put things in the correct perspective, or else either you're going to have this generation believe all the narcissistic narratives that LeBron James has peddled out and has paid media members to peddle out. I'm now hearing that Shams Sharonia, which I didn't even know until recently, actually is with Clutch. I knew that. I could tell Clutch had infiltrated. They infiltrated ESPN, and of course, obviously, FS1 with Colin and Nick Wright. But now you're watching Sports Center, and they're glazing LeBron the same way Nick. Oh, check this out. I only want, like I said, I haven't put out a video yet because I'm clipping. I'm clipping videos right now. Colin Cowherd had the audacity to put out a podcast today that said LeBron going to Philly is not ring chasing. You talk about a liar for money. That is Colin Cowherd. That dude, I've already made videos about him. My Colin Cowherd videos don't get as much traction as the ESPN videos. So let me ask you guys in the chat. I've got like 81 people in here. Which of my videos do you prefer? The ESPN ones or the Nick Wright ones or the Colin Cowherd ones? Or do you like all of them equally? Let me know in the chat there. And welcome, Real Lakers World Order. So I guess you're a Lakers fan. So I guess you're pretty happy right now, aren't you? That LeBron is officially gone. And you know what is so ironic is that if LeBron would have just taken the vet minimum for the Lakers and allowed them to go out and get Walker Kessler and the other pieces, they would be a pretty decent team. Because honestly, LeBron, Luka, and Austin Reeves, they were pretty good together. It's just that they weren't going to beat OKC or San Antonio. But in their own right, they were pretty good. They just needed more help. And Walker Kessler, his health is a big issue. But if Walker Kessler is healthy, that's a pretty decent team, because that's what they were lacking, was a rim protector. Okay, so George says he likes the Nick Wright ones best. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, but I didn't even understand that Sham Sharonia was a Clutch client. I didn't actually know that. Let me see if that's verified on Google. Because I just heard it from someone else. Has it been verified? Okay, I'm just looking real quick. Hang on. Okay, it says he's not an agent with Clutch Sports, but sometimes discussed his past representation ties to United Talent Agency, which has business alignments connected to Clutch and CEO Rich Paul. See, that's the thing, is that Clutch Sports is connected to so much of the media. I definitely suspected that Shams is connected with Clutch one way or another, and then someone else said it. What do you guys think? Yes, and see, this is what I'm talking about. These are the jackass LeBron fans who think that average people who don't play basketball, that LeBron is cool doing what he's doing because he can beat me at basketball. Well, congratulations. But can he beat me in a spelling bee? Can he, if we each held a book in our hand and had a race of who could read through the book the fastest, do you think he could outread me? And I'm not even an intellectual. And by the way, you're going somewhere, or I guess you think that calling me bald is supposed to bother me. First of all, I look better bald than when I had hair when I was younger. My head is perfect to be bald. I think that was God's design the whole time. But LeBron's also bald. So what? So does he have that on me? Michael Jordan was bald, and he had the perfect head for it. He looked way better bald than when he had hair. So some people are meant to be bald, and I'm one of them. So no, that's not going to hurt my feelings there. Okay. Okay. Hold up. Now you're going to the other extreme. I don't need you hitting on me. I don't need you coming on to me in front of here. This is not this kind of live stream, okay? RYT. No, but in all seriousness, I just think that that's weak when we're debating sports to just go, well, you can't beat him in basketball. You're certainly correct. I would not. I wouldn't sniff a point against LeBron James. LeBron James is one. LeBron James is a top 25 basketball player of all time. He's definitely in the top 25. And I couldn't even play college basketball. Maybe if I worked hard at it, I probably could have made my high school team, but I don't even think I would have played much. That would have been a lot of work just because I'm fairly short. See, that's another thing. You can't control your height. So you've got to take all this into account when you're starting to hurl out insults at YouTubers who are just analyzing sports. I respect LeBron as a basketball player. I respect LeBron as an all-time great. What I don't respect him as a GOAT. Well, okay, you know what? I do. He is a GOAT. If GOAT stands for going on another team, then yes, LeBron's the GOAT. That GOAT. Uh-oh. What did Bloodhound Little Jeff say? Oh no. Oh no. I don't know who that is, but if you're calling it Corn Hub, I don't think I want to know who that is. And you're over here telling him to turn to Jesus. Are you trying to evangelize over here on my live stream? Are you a fellow believer? No, they're not top two. Do not. LeBron is not better than Kobe. LeBron was in his prime when they got stomped out by Dwight Howard in 2009 and then stomped out by Boston in 2010, who Kobe easily beat the Magic in 2009, not easily beat Boston in 2010. That was a war. But he barely beat Boston in 2010. That was a great series. But Kobe beat both of them. Plus, go and look at the All-Star footage when Kobe Bryant would lock LeBron James down. Kobe Bryant is better than LeBron. LeBron is not top two. So I don't know. I see that's another argument. Let me ask you, how old are you? I mean, I'll tell you guys my age. I am 49. I'm about to be 50. In like 2 months, I'll be 50. I started watching NBA basketball as a kid. I didn't watch any regular season basketball until like 1990-91 season. But I started watching like the playoffs in like 88 when it was Celtics Lakers. And then the next year I watched the Celtics Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals. And then I watched the Pistons Lakers in the finals. Then I started watching basketball and I met the San Antonio Spurs and David Robinson in 1990, rookie year. I fell in love with the Spurs. First game, it was in the playoffs, and they got eliminated in Game 7 of Portland. That was the year Portland went to the finals and lost to the Pistons. That was in 1990. So the Trailblazers beat my now favorite team, the Spurs. And I've been keeping up with NBA pretty frequently ever since 1990 and been an avid Spurs fan. Just loved David Robinson and that team. And I was just gutted. It's so funny that morning I woke up, I didn't even hardly know who the San Antonio Spurs were. I watched a game the first time, and by the end of the game, losing in overtime in Game 7, I felt gutted. But that was my life as a Spurs fan. Up until we got Tim Duncan, every year we would choke. So my point is, I've been watching basketball for a while, and I don't say that. I'm not saying that to act like, oh, I'm so much smarter than this previous generation. What I'm saying is I've witnessed and observed things in real time. And when you do that, you know more than just what shows up on the stat sheet or even the highlights you can watch on YouTube. What? That's your top? LeBron, you think LeBron's better than Jordan? I like Tim Duncan a lot, but he's not like my favorite player or anything. I can't really say definitively who my favorite player is. David Robinson's up there. He's what got me into the Spurs. To be honest, and I'm probably going to get a lot of flack, I don't care. I love Wembanyama. I love his attitude, and I liked the way that he didn't even shake hands with New York not because I'm not saying people shouldn't be good sports, but because he just does not want to be chummy with his opposition at all, including when he wins. He didn't shake hands with OKC either. I love the feistiness because that's what we need to clean up the league. And I'm sure Wemby will fix this. I'm sure as he gets older and matures, he'll probably start shaking hands after a loss. It's an immaturity, but it's something that I feel can move the game in a better direction to help counteract the damage that LeBron has done over the last 15 years, ever since he made that weak move of jumping ship and going to Miami, not competing in the All-Star, the dunk contest, not playing hard, not wanting to be competitive in the All-Star game. All he does is take shortcuts and he runs away from challenges. That's all he's done. And it's that weak, cowardly mindset that just really drops him down. Yeah. Yeah, he did. That was so dominant. And that's another thing. I can't even really definitively say Jordan's the GOAT because I didn't watch the guys before him. But I still think Jordan probably slightly edges out Wilt and Russell and those guys. Just the way he moved on the court. I've never seen anything like it. So if you guys go, just watch some of those highlight reels of Jordan, especially in the 80s. He was a better player in the 90s. He was a better winner. But in the 80s, the athleticism that he had was just like something we've never seen before. He just moved in a way. How old was he back then? Was he born in 63, right? Let me see. I actually looked this up a few days ago. Now I forgot. I want to say he was born in 63. I don't know if that's correct. Yeah, he's born in 1963. So when he was in his mid-20s, early and mid-20s, this dude moved around on the court in ways that we've never seen before. Not before and not after. And in the 90s, he started relying more on his like baseline shooting and stuff. He had this I forget what it's called. He had some really, really formidable post-up moves that he developed. And that's when he started winning championships. But before that, in the 80s, he didn't know how to win as well. But he just moved a way that you had not seen before. Okay, see, this is just an asinine comment. Kobe was not carried. Go back and watch. In 2001, I know because I'm a Spurs fan. The Spurs were supposed to win a championship. They had the best record in the league. And Kobe Bryant came into our house and threw up like 45 points in game one. Just like annihilated us. And then had like 30-something points game two. And they beat the slop out of us all 4 games and swept us. It was all led by Kobe Bryant. That was when they swept. They went undefeated in the Western playoffs and then lost. They might have lost 1 game. I can't remember. I just know that game 1 of the finals against Philly, they lost. And then they won 4 straight against Philly. I think that's the only loss that year in the playoffs. You know what? Let me look this up just to confirm. Lakers record in playoffs 2001. 15-1. They only lost in the finals 1 game. So they swept 3 straight rounds in the Western playoffs, and they beat the slop out of my Spurs in the Western Conference Finals. And it was just about all Kobe Bryant. And Shaq even said, he deferred. He said Kobe Bryant's the greatest player on the planet. He elevated Kobe above himself. So how did Shaq carry him? That's BS. And what about in 2000 in game 4 when Shaq fouled out and the Pacers were about to tie the series? Kobe Bryant took over and looked like Michael Jordan. Remember when he went like this? Because the Lakers were panicking. And he's looking at his team like, I got this. So, no. Shaq didn't carry him. Why didn't Shaq win a championship in the East when he had Penny? If it was all Shaq, then why couldn't Shaq win with Penny? Penny was great. They had, in fact, Orlando was a better overall team. It's just that the Lakers had Kobe Bryant and Shaq, and that's all they needed. Then they just got role players surrounding those 2 guys. Like they said, this is not Batman and Robin. This is Batman and Superman side by side with Kobe and Shaq. Probably the best duo I've seen. I would say in all my years, I would say Kobe and Shaq is probably the best duo. And I've seen some great duos. And I'm not talking about adding another player and lining up a trio. I'm just talking about duos. Robinson and Duncan were a great duo. Dwayne Wade and LeBron were a great duo. Shaq and Penny were a great duo. Steph Curry and KD were a great duo. Shoot, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson were a great duo. Greatest shooting backcourt of all time. Okay. I cannot believe people bring that up. Jordan was rusty. So let me ask you this. What happened the following year after when they had a rematch? How about the Bulls swept the Magic like the Magic were nothing because Jordan was no longer rusty? He just got back to the league. He was wearing number 45. He didn't have his number yet. Yeah, Shaq was already, he had good teams, and he made it to the finals once and got swept. But he was never like in real, he was never contending for championships outside of 1995. Not until he got Kobe. The Lakers were very average before Kobe rose up. Kobe, his rookie year, hardly played. And the Lakers were very average. They did make the playoffs, and I think they got swept by the Jazz. I know they got beat up really bad by the Jazz. I think it was a sweep. Oh my goodness. Okay. Shouldn't be rusty. Okay. He took an entire season off and then took 2/3 of the second season off. Well, what happened when he came back and trained and he was no longer rusty? What happened then? And I'm not even a big Jordan fan. I just have to give credit where credit is due. Yeah, I've missed a lot of questions. If anybody wants to ask anything more, yeah, I've kind of lost track. This chat's moving kind of fast. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of stuff today, so I'm actually supposed to be winding down right now. So I don't have a lot of energy at this time. But just thought I'd come on and go over this for a few minutes and see what you guys are thinking. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's why we don't respect him, because of how cowardly he is. And you got to also give props to the Knicks. That's why you want to know how bad I can't stand LeBron? It's so bad for what he has done, how the way he has damaged the league, and the way guys don't give 100% effort. You know, the way like Larry Bird did, Jordan did, Kobe did. Those guys gave it their all. LeBron slacks off and is contagious because he's the face of the league. So people followed the leader. And so what it did was it made a lot of people just be content with mediocrity. So now the tide is turning and we're getting back to competitiveness, and some guys are getting feisty, like Wembanyama. And I love it. Some people are upset with him, calling him a poor sport. They didn't want to shake hands. I'm okay with it. Some people are comparing, saying, well, yeah, he's like LeBron. He's not shaking hands. Here's the difference, though. LeBron always would shake hands when he would win because he wants somebody to look at him and congratulate him. But then when LeBron loses, he pouts and runs off. Wembanyama, on the other hand, he doesn't want to shake hands when he wins. He doesn't want to shake hands when he loses because he does not want to be chummy with the opposition at all. Now, I do think within the next few years, he'll grow out of that, and that's fine. But I think for right now, I think that it's good for the league to have some guys who are feisty and to give attitudes to the opponents. Because what would be greater than to see next year, to see the Spurs and Knicks back in the finals for a rematch? People are going to be tuning in for that because there is some animosity now. I would love for it to be a heated rivalry. You know why? And this was my main point. The reason I'm not upset about my Spurs losing, for one, obviously, is because of the way they've progressed. And I wasn't expecting them to win in their first playoff run anyways. But secondly, because the Knicks, they showed an example of how you properly construct your roster. Just like OKC did the previous year when they won. So that's why I'm not upset when OKC wins. or when the Knicks even beat my Spurs. Now, had the Knicks manufactured a super team to beat the Spurs, then I would have been pissed off. Because I'd have been like, they had an unfair advantage. But they didn't have an unfair advantage. They did have an advantage of being more experienced and having better team chemistry because they played together longer. But that's not the Knicks' fault. That's just bad timing for the Spurs because they're inexperienced and they really overachieved. They really overachieved for making their first playoff run together. They hadn't been in a playoffs in 7 years and went all the way to the finals. And not only did they make the finals, and I know the Knicks won in 5, but that series was close. Every game was edge of your seat. So just because it was 5 on paper, that doesn't tell the whole tale of how great and how fun of a series that was. I don't understand. Okay, how am I agree. There's pros and cons to everything, pretty much. There's pretty much pros and cons to everything. But what am I like throwing shade at LeBron unfairly about? And what is it that I do think? Okay, do you want me to say something positive about LeBron? Here's something I'll say about LeBron. Positive. If I told you earlier, LeBron doesn't need, he's got a bunch of dumpy, crappy people in his ear. LeBron needs meat in his ear. This is what I would have told him a long time ago. I would have said, LeBron, the NBA has never seen a player like you. You're not a 3. You're not a 4. You're a hybrid. And you're agile. You move like a guard. Stop comparing yourself to Jordan, Kobe, or anyone else. Because guess what? You're not as good as Jordan, but that's okay. You don't have to be as good as Jordan. Just be the very best LeBron. Be LeBron. Be proud of LeBron. I can prove my point. Kevin Garnett. Everybody pretty much thinks Tim Duncan is slightly superior to Kevin Garnett. But Kevin Garnett's not out here saying, I'm the GOAT power forward. I'm better than Duncan. No, Kevin Garnett embraced Kevin Garnett. And he's secure with himself. And he just talked about him as an individual. And then he judged other individuals as individuals. Instead of constantly comparing. When you start playing the compare game, it's a slippery slope. And that's what caused LeBron to make a bunch of stupid decisions that lost popularity because he was trying to compete with Jordan. You're not Jordan, and it's okay. If I'm his friend, I'm like, LeBron, you are great in your own right. Just be the best version of LeBron James you can be. You're a shoo-in to be a Hall of Famer. I don't know. If LeBron takes my advice, he doesn't team hop. He sticks it out with Cleveland. And then they get some help over in Cleveland. They find some good pieces to draft to complement him. That's how you do it. They're always saying, well, Jordan wouldn't have won without Pippen. Pippen was acquired through the draft. Do you not see the difference? The Bulls constructed the roster the right way. Now, the Sonics drafted Pippen, but then the Bulls traded one of their players for the rights to Pippen on draft night. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. So Cleveland just needed to be, and LeBron especially, a little more patient. We just need to get another piece around you. And had they done that, Cleveland with LeBron could have won championships. I think they would have at some point. And I'll admit, as a Spurs fan and as someone who loved Kobe, there was a window of time. It's probably like around 05, 06, 07. I was like, I think LeBron's going to be as good as Kobe, maybe even better. But as soon as he lost or choked to Orlando and acted like a poor sport, then choked to Boston, and then jumped ship to Miami, that was the beginning of the end of any Michael Jordan comparisons, because it showed a weak mindset, a cowardly mindset, who was too scared to stick it out in the trenches. And you had to jump ship to not only one, but two other perennial all-star players to stack the deck. That's why he had his pep rally and said, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, declaring 8 championships. He even said, man, we're going to be so good in practice that the games are going to be easy. He literally said the games are going to be easy. That's a weak mindset, to underestimate your opponents. Kobe and Jordan never did that. They always thought they were better, but they didn't just think, yeah, I'm going to beat you. Jordan wasn't like, yeah, I'm going to beat you because I'm Jordan. Kobe never said, I'm going to beat you because I'm Kobe. What did Kobe do when he was up? His Lakers were superior, clearly superior to Orlando's 2009 finals. But when they were up 2-0, Kobe was still locked in the press conference. Say, no smile, Kobe? Said, why am I smiling? Why would I smile? Job's not done. You're like, well, you're up 2-0. Yeah, but job's not done. That's the mentality of a champion. Someone who doesn't let up. But you remember the previous year, 2 years later, when the Heat were playing the Mavericks, Dwayne Wade and LeBron James were out in the tunnel goofing around, making fun of Dirk Nowitzki. That's not Mamba mentality. That's not focus. That's arrogance. That's why they lost to the Mavericks. Hold on. ARW, let me ask, how old are you? I want to know, and when did you start watching? No, Kobe was tired of Shaq's laziness. And he was at a point, one of us has to go. And they chose right. They chose to ship Shaq out and keep Kobe. Kobe did, and also, to your point, yeah, he needed to get, saying that Shaq carried Kobe. Kobe needed to prove, I can do this without Shaq, in which he did. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Why not stick it out? You want to hear something funny? Remember when he went back to the Cavs? He was there for 4 years And every year they made the finals. And they played the Warriors all 4 years. And won in 16, but lost the other 3. Then he jumped ship and went to the Lakers. Do you know that had he just stayed with the Cavs, they probably would have won some championships? And that would have got him respect. Because it was the next year, once he went to the Lakers, KD had a falling out with Golden State, and then he got injured in the playoffs, and they lost to the Raptors. LeBron's Cavs most likely would have beat the Raptors in the Eastern Finals, and most likely would have beaten the Kevin Durant-less Warriors. Or I should say, if Klay Thompson also got injured. Now, if Klay Thompson was there, the Warriors might have still beat them. Because that was what really ended it for the Warriors. It wasn't even that they didn't have KD, but once they lost Klay also, then they were just stuck with Steph and Draymond, and that's when they got beat. Oh my goodness. Come on, man. You already know not to say stupid stuff like that on here. Oh, okay. He's talking to Thomas. See, why are you bringing up white boys? Do you know how stupid and ignorant that sounds? The Lakers are racist? The Lakers are racist. Yeah, you want to follow that up? I want to know, and I'm still waiting on RYT to tell me his age. I'm waiting. Yeah, because he has to keep jumping from super team to super team. AR, do you know how many rings Jordan could have won if he went to the Lakers? Phil Jackson was coaching the Lakers with Shaq and Kobe. Do you think the Lakers would not have brought Jordan on? How many damn rings would Jordan have had if he bailed and jumped ship to go to the Lakers? That's a mindset, LeBron. That's LeBron's mindset. That ain't Jordan's mindset. Thomas, I want you to follow up and tell me how the Lakers are racist. You know how stupid that sounds. You need to retract that statement. Are you going to double down on that, or are you going to say, you know what, my bad? You definitely need to repent from that ignorant statement. How are we in the NBA going to call a team racist because they have some white players? Do you know how dumb that is? Okay. But do you want to come on here, Thomas? Is that what you're saying? You're going to come on here and tell me how hold on, I'll put the link up. Let me just figure this out. No, I gotta go to. Okay. Okay, copy. Yeah, go ahead and click that, Thomas, and come on here. Please do educate me. Please click the link, Thomas. I don't want to see nothing from you except your age. What is your age? Because I want to know when you started watching the game. We need to establish that. I don't see Thomas. He says he wanted to educate me. Yes, please do. I'm just waiting. It doesn't look like this dude's coming. Yeah, hit the link, Thomas. Last 3 years, what? Or why are you not? Why do you refuse to tell me your age? And Thomas, why? I don't care about your comments. Click on the link. Even though my voice is hoarse because I was already on a live stream earlier. Well, come cook me. Come cook me like your favorite meal. I'm here. I'm ripe for the taking. Come cook me, sir. Oh boy, oh boy. Just like his idol, LeBron James, he's also a coward. Yeah, keep talking in the chat. He's following the footsteps of his idol, his false goat, and also being a coward. You would think that at some point there would be a team with a lot of white players in it. This may be the first time I've seen like a. Well, I think the Celtics might have had like 3 starters. Dennis Johnson, Robert Parrish, but then you had Danny Ainge, McHale, and Bird. So they had 3 starters. But it's rare. I mean, obviously, we shouldn't care what color or race someone is. Hold on, who's just clicked on here? Somebody clicked on here, but that's not Thomas. Hold on. Let me see. Are you on?
What up, Gary? You remember me?
Yeah, but I'm trying to talk to Thomas right now.
Oh, it's good. It's good. I'll just go after him. Let y'all go. I just
Yeah,
wanted to get on here and talk to you.
he's coming. What did you want to say real quick though? Do you have something that you wanted to bring up?
What I was gonna say. Um, for people lying to say that LeBron James will be the first and second option, it's crazy. If anything, he's the fifth option. You get what I'm saying? And you and Scott was
Fourth
on
or
the
fifth?
point. Rich Paul and them was begging Philly because, um, like I guess when he found out that when they acquired Jalen Brown, that's what made LeBron want to go over there because he's like, okay, I could no longer carry a team. Jalen Brown is the best two-way. Uh, that's crazy. That's crazy how y'all. Why you and Scott got value Luka over Jalen Brown? Like Jalen Brown, like You not see his playoff resume?
Why do we do what?
Why y'all overvalue like Luka, and Jokic? You know what I'm
Wait,
saying?
hold on. Time out. One player at a time. You asked me about Jaylen Brown. Now you're talking about Luka and Jokic.
Okay, my fault.
Yeah,
My fault.
go ahead.
My fault.
Now,
Let's go to Luka. No, because I remember like Scott was like, "Oh, Luka is miles better than Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown is not on Luka level. Luka is a top 5 player." And I comment under it, and I'm like, I beg to differ. I'm like, first of all, Scott, you gotta look at the head-to-head matchup. You gotta stop going off of stats. You know what I'm saying? Like Jaylen Brown locked up Kyrie Irving and him. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, if Tatum and Derek White didn't mess it up, he would have been a 2 times Finals MVP. It wouldn't be no SGA nor Jokic. You know what I'm saying?
I don't remember saying that I had Luka over Jaylen
No,
Brown.
not you. Jay said that.
Okay.
He said that. My fault. My fault.
Because
I just thought you agreed with him on everything. That's why I was bringing it up to you. My bad.
No, I don't agree with. I disagree with him a lot actually, but I just keep quiet because I'm not there to debate him. I'm there to guard the chat, read the super chats, and yeah, I do chime in at times. But it's like if there's something I really disagree with, I may bring it up. But there's plenty of things because if I said I think Jaylen Brown's better than Luka, and if I don't have the stats in front of me, then it's kind of like, then it's a whole thing. The whole stream's going to get held up because then we're both going to start searching for stats.
Yeah.
So it's kind of point. But I am not a big Luka fan.
Yeah.
But that's me. But I evidently he's really good. But when I look at him, but honestly, I'm much less of a Jaylen Brown fan this year than I was before.
Why you said this year?
Because the way of what he did, go back and watch what he did against the Spurs. He completely melted down. Stephon Castle was guarding him. He acted like a little bitch. He acted, what? Who's going to beat us?
Y'all doing something game. Who was beating your ass?
No, you weren't. You were getting your asses kicked. That's why and he started crying and then got ejected.
Hold on, but wasn't we on the run though? And then y'all drew Jaylen Brown out the game?
No, Stephon Castle was locking him down and he couldn't take it. So I lost all respect for him after that.
Hold on. You talking about the game where he got done out of second quarter when he was cooking y'all?
Yeah. Go back and look for yourself. Just look up Spurs Celtics highlight. No, we beat their ass that game.
Because I think Tatum sat out or he played. I can't remember.
I don't know, but either way, I don't want to get locked up on Jaylen Brown.
Okay.
I'm trying to get Thomas in here to talk about, because people are logging out now because this is going a different direction from what I wanted to take it in. Thomas, where are you? Where are you? You're a coward just like LeBron James. See, this dude come in here. This guy is in here talking to me. Why don't you come in here? I want to hear about why the Lakers are racist, and I want to hear about how LeBron is better than Jordan. You said you were going to educate me, and we're in class. We're just waiting on the teacher. Please. I will educate you about basketball. Why LeBron is the GOAT over MJ and Kobe. So, well, please. Indulge us, Mr. Thomas. Class is in session. The students are in our seats, eagerly awaiting your arrival. So where are you? Just like a LeBron fan, following his footsteps, you too, sir, are a coward and a liar, because there's no way LeBron is better than MJ and Kobe, and there's no way you're going to prove it to me.
Oh, my bad, game. This is the wrong game, but Jaylen Brown had 27. Oh, this is the wrong game. That's the first game. Why show Tatum? That's weird. Oh, hold on.
I don't know. I don't want to get locked up on that, though, because people are dropping out now because they don't care about one single regular season game between the Spurs and Celtics.
That's all good. Well, let me go back to the topic with when Jay made a video about the when he said about Jalen Brown
Yeah,
is like Luka way better than him and he's not an elite or whatever. Like he's not a superstar.
yeah.
That's
Hang
crazy.
on, hang on. Where's okay? Ar, why don't you come in here? This guy's a coward too. I've asked him his age. He won't answer me. Ar, you come in here.
My question is, what has Luka done for him to say that he's way better than him? Because he
No,
got them fake ass first team All NBAs. Jalen Brown's supposed to have two. He got robbed. He don't want to talk about that though.
I don't see. You're a Celtics fan. I don't care to talk about the Celtics
Oh yeah.
because it's. I had like 50, 60 people in here. Now it's dropped down to 32. So you have to really stay on track to keep people engaged.
Okay.
And that's why I'm trying to get these people in here because
So we want to go back to LeBron Sixers signing. Can we do that or no?
well, yeah, but I'm trying to do. I think you're in agreement with me. Yeah, these LeBron people, these LeBron fans won't come in here. So
Yeah, they had to be having fake accounts.
okay. One team. Steph Curry's got 4 championships with one team.
That homegrown. See, I respect the people that do the homegrown talent stuff.
Right.
A la Steph Curry, a la Jokic, a la Jason Brown, Jason Tatum. A la well, do SGA count? Since he was
Hang on. Thomas, what do you mean you tried to click on it, sir? You clicked on it. What happened when you clicked on it?
You would have seen him backstage. He's lying. Did you
Are you
jumped
lying,
before
Thomas?
I joined?
Yeah, absolutely. Steph's not in GOAT status, but Kobe's not in GOAT status either. So that's what I'm getting at. But Steph won 4 championships with his team, even though 2 of them he had KD join. But he had to get some help because LeBron James had so much help, and the league was helping LeBron. So the only way to counter that.
The people forgot when LeBron got Kevin Love, he was averaging 26 and 12 in Minnesota, and then they told him to lose weight and turn him to a stretch big because it would clog up the lane for LeBron, and basically it would have been hard for teams to guard LeBron. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
yeah,
like basically it like if Kevin Love and LeBron in the paint, LeBron's gonna be easy to stop. You get what I'm saying? So they told Kevin Love because he was a decent 3-point shooter in Minnesota, so he had to develop his shot. So it's hard for three. Everybody's not going to average 20, 25 to 20 points a game. That's why averages went down. People were talking about he was washed, he was a role player, this, that, and the third. Nah, his role just what's that called? What's that called when you sacrifice your? What's it called when you go from a first option to a third option? What do you call that? When your role change and you basically go from a 22 point a game score to like for like 13. That's what Kevin Love was. But he contributed to the championship though, and didn't get to the finals. He wasn't trash.
Okay, hold on. Thomas, I don't understand. What do you mean you clicked on the link? If you clicked on a link, you would have showed up backstage. Okay, why are you? Okay. Okay, what do you mean it wouldn't allow you to? What's it saying? And you can't say that if your top 3 players are white, you can't win a championship. You can't say that for certain. Depends who the white players are. I already made a video about that and disproved it. Because are you telling me that if Jokic Oh my goodness. Are you fucking serious right now? Do you know how fucking stupid you sound? You sound like a fucking idiot. Wow. Claiming that an NBA franchise is racist. And you're saying that the link won't work, which I have no idea. So Luca, Austin Reeves, Walker Kessler. Are you saying that none of them should be in the NBA? If you agree that all three of them are good enough to be in the NBA, what difference does it make what team, if they're all on the same team or if they're on separate teams? They would be racist if they brought other people on who were not qualified. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what all you can expect from LeBron trolls. And do you know what? RYT, why do you refuse to put your age in the chat so I'll know how old you are? Because I want to know how old you were when you started watching. What year did you start watching NBA? I've already said my backstory. I started in 1990. So I've got over 35 years of experience. I want to know how long you've been watching. Okay, so are you going to come in here? I don't necessarily disagree with that. I didn't say Luka's better than Jaylen Brown. Well, it depends what I'm getting at. Not necessarily. I'm trying to get you to state your age and when you started watching so that we can tell what was going on in the landscape of the NBA when you tuned in. What was going on when I first started watching was Magic and Larry Bird battling in the finals. That's what was going on in the landscape of the NBA when I first started watching. And then I started paying closer attention a few years later. And that's when the Pistons took over the league. And Jordan was close. David Robinson was a rookie. I became a Spurs fan. And then the Bulls took over the league. That's what was going on once I started watching. I don't think that just because I've been watching longer than a person that I'm right on every point. But I don't even know what point we're debating about now. Because you don't have the courtesy or the courage or whatever to simply state your age. I'm on here talking, showing my face, revealing my age, no problem. I don't understand why you can't do the same simply by typing the number and the year that you started watching. I don't understand what is so difficult. But if you're a LeBron fan, it explains. Probably after that. Probably started, okay, 1999. That was the year you were born or the year you started watching? Okay. So you started watching when the Spurs won their first championship. They beat the Knicks. And how old were you when you first started watching? Were you a kid or were you already an adult? Because if you started watching in 99, then you know what Kobe was doing. If you watch closely. And if you watch closely, then you will know that Kobe is better than LeBron. Okay. You said 1969. Is that the year you were born or is that when you first started watching? Okay, so you watched Wilt. Okay, so Bob, um, who is your, who do you think is the GOAT? Do you think it's Jordan or would you say Kareem or Wilt? Did you happen to watch Bill Russell? Let me see the exact time period. Okay, so Bill Russell played from 56 to 69. Only played 13 years. So you think it's MJ too? It's kind of hard for them to play in the finals when Kobe's waiting for you, but then you choke in the Eastern, not even the Eastern Conference Finals, because he lost in the second round to the Celtics. Okay. So you're born in 65. So you're 11 years older. So you're about 60. Wait, no, that doesn't. Yeah, yeah. You're 60. 61. Okay. So have you kept up with the NBA all your life? Because I want to talk with people who are older than I am just to compare Jordan to some of the previous generations. Anybody else want to come on the stream? The guy who was on a minute ago, he turned off when I started yelling. I hope he knows I wasn't yelling at him. I was yelling at Thomas. I think it was Tom. It was somebody who made a racial slur. I think it was Thomas. I think the other guy's name was K. Sweezy. I was not yelling and cursing at you, K. Sweezy. How do you see? You don't know that. Bob C. watched Jordan and Wilt, and in his opinion, Jordan is the GOAT. You didn't start watching until after Jordan retired. So how am I going to listen to you? Like, I'm not going to sit up here and go into a bunch of detail about Wilt Chamberlain. Sure, I can watch some highlights for him, but I really can't go into detail. But Bob C could go into detail because he actually watched him. So I'm saying you can't really go into detail about guys that you didn't watch. Yeah, and he had more skills than Shaq too. Like he could shoot, couldn't he? Didn't he have like a nice mid-range jumper? Yeah. See, I did not watch college basketball at that time at all. I was real young. I just know I just watched the footage on like YouTube now. Or I used to watch ESPN Classic. That was a great channel. All they did all day was just show old classic games. That's an awesome channel. Yeah, Wilt is like a slimmer Shaq to your point, but also a better shooter. That's why I would have Wilt over. So, what do you think about this, Bob? Wilt versus Hakeem Olajuwon. Who would you say is better? That's who I kind of compare. I think Hakeem was like a modern, not modern anymore, but he was when I was a kid, was like a modern Wilt Chamberlain. Yeah. He's kind of got lost in the shuffle. But if you watched at that time, then you remember how good he was. As a Spurs fan, I remember what he did to David Robinson in a 94 Western Conference Finals. No, I'm sorry, 95 Western Conference Finals. David Robinson won MVP that year. The Spurs had home court advantage. They were 62-20. And Hakeem ate David Robinson like he's nothing. It was just like, wow, that was embarrassing. I was so pissed off because I was finally hoping that my Spurs were going to win a championship. Good thing we got Tim Duncan like 3 years later. Yeah. So You think Kareem definitely has better footwork, but you're not ready to say Kareem was overall better. So basically, you're saying it's a toss up when you say good question. Well, see, that's another thing when you keep playing, and here's what other people like to gloss over. LeBron would not be playing at this level if he was not using illegal PEDs. That's why he's able to play at the high level at this age. So he's already got an unfair advantage against Kobe and Jordan and other guys who aren't taking those things. And sure, you can say, well, you can't prove it. Just look at them. It's common sense. Yeah, I remember that in the 90s. Man, it was crazy back then. And Zoe, Alonzo Mourning too. Yep. That was another one. I don't think much of the Nuggets. I don't think they've done much. I just I don't want to even think it. They piss me off with the way they lost to the Timberwolves. Just the way Jamal Murray kept hogging the shots and kept he could not score at the rim. He kept driving to the rim and blowing layup after layup after layup. They could not get any momentum because of Jamal Murray. So, yeah, that is why I haven't even paid attention since. They're completely irrelevant unless they trade Jamal Murray. As long as they have Jamal Murray, I ain't putting no stock in Denver. You have to get rid of him. You know, if it's just it's one thing when you take good shots and miss, but this was not working. But for some reason, Jamal Murray and the coach thought, keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it. With Rudy Gobert, Naz Reid, Julius Randle, Jaden McDaniels are completely killing us in the paint. But we're going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over. That's what pissed me off. It wasn't like Jamal Murray had some good looks and the shots weren't falling. I can live with that. But when you had the worst strategy and you continue and you don't make any type of, you don't call any audibles or anything, I don't respect that. It's a poorly run team, a poorly coached team that just heavily relies all on Jokic. Now, if Aaron Gordon had been healthy, they would have been much better. And that's another thing is Aaron Gordon can't stay healthy in the playoffs. So if you've got an injured Aaron Gordon and a clunky Jamal Murray, you're not going anywhere, even with Jokic. So it just doesn't matter. And who are you talking to? Are you talking to me? Or are you talking to someone in the chat? Is that who you're? Yeah. Bob C, are you subscribed to my channel here? I don't think I've seen you comment. But if you want to subscribe, maybe I can get you, if you want to, come on a live stream sometime and just talk. Just talk about basketball when you used to watch, you know, like 60s and 70s and 80s and stuff. I want to talk with guys who are older than me and been watching longer than me. Okay, you're a Lakers fan. Yeah, so you were there when that's when I first started watching, when Magic and Worthy, Kareem were battling Larry Bird Celtics in the finals. And Bob, I think you would agree with me with what I said earlier. LeBron, instead of wasting time comparing himself with Jordan or even Kobe, he should take Kevin Garnett's approach. I'm sure you would give me absolutely no pushback when I tell you that Tim Duncan and Kevin Garnett are two of the best power forwards of all time. Two of the best. Most people believe that the general consensus is that Duncan is the greatest power forward of all time. I haven't seen anybody say Kevin Garnett's the greatest power forward of all time, but he's on the list. And my point is, you don't see Kevin Garnett trying to compare himself with Tim Duncan. Instead, I'm just going to be the greatest Kevin Garnett I can be. To my point, that's what LeBron James should do. Instead of trying to compare himself with Jordan, I'm just going to be the best LeBron I can possibly be. Because there's never been another LeBron, and there probably never will be another LeBron. So he could just stand out as an all-time great. No one's comparing him with Jordan. No one is saying he's on that level. But it's okay. We don't look down on Kevin Garnett because he's not as great as Duncan. We like both of them. So if LeBron was more humble and just the best version of LeBron, we would say, yeah, Jordan's the GOAT, but, you know, we love LeBron too. But instead, we are forced to defend this asinine narrative that he's on the same level or even better than Jordan. Yeah, and see, you've seen a ton of players. Yeah, LeBron's great, but he's not top four. And what if we just said, you know what? I think LeBron is in the top 20, top 25 all time. Cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But LeBron and his camp want to act like if he's not number one or number two, that you're hating. He's not. He's got his own unique path, but he's constantly compared to Jordan and Kobe, so therefore we can't really differentiate him the way we can KG and Duncan. There's not even a debate about Duncan or KG. The consensus is Duncan is better. But people still love KG. And a lot of people actually like KG better than Duncan, even if they acknowledge Duncan's the overall better player. So there could be people who are like, yeah, I know Jordan's the GOAT, but I like LeBron even better. That would be fine. I like David Robinson largely because of his personality. I like high character players. I like guys that have strong morals. And if guys have faith, I like that even better. Yeah. LeBron's got 5 with his in-season tourney. So the Knicks repeated this year. First, they won the in-tournament, and then they won the finals. And isn't it funny they beat the Spurs in both? But like I said earlier, I'm not mad at the Knicks. Even though my Spurs lost, I'm not mad because the Knicks did it the right way. They constructed a team the right way. And I know that they did it more so through free agency than drafting. That's okay too. They gave away Julius Randle, who was a pretty good player. They gave him away for Cat. Wait, Bronny's not gone. Let me double check. I've heard they're keeping him. Let me double check the roster. Yeah, Bronny's still on the Lakers roster. He's set to make $2.296 million this year. Yeah. Yeah, T-Mac was nasty offensively, but he hasn't played defense like Kobe. And he's not an assassin as much as Kobe, but he is an assassin, though. I will give it. T-Mac is not scared. I was watching some highlights of him schooling Kobe. Yeah, he went at Kobe. Those two guys went at it, and that's what the league is supposed to be. Like Wembanyama and Brunson. They went at each other, and it was awesome. Well, that's what Kobe and T-Mac were doing. And that's what Kobe was trying to do with LeBron, but LeBron kept running from him. LeBron would be dangerous if he had T-Mac's mentality, because he'd be going up to Kobe trying to go at him, but instead he ran away. This is what I always say. It's really hard to compare guys from different eras. I mean, we're talking about I would take Wilt over LeBron. I don't think I would take Wilt over Jordan. Yes, he's a pass first guy because he's usually afraid. I'm telling you, in 2007, I thought was LeBron's coming out party. What he did to the Pistons, when he scored 29 straight points. Now, granted, that Pistons team had been injured. They were not the same team that made the finals the previous 2 years, but still, LeBron put on a show. And when that night happened, I was like, LeBron is coming. Man, this Cavaliers team is going to be a dynasty. They're going to keep building around LeBron, just like the Bulls did with Jordan. I was like, this kid is going to be so good. And then he choked to the Magic, choked to the Celtics, and then bailed on his team. You're no longer even in the running with Jordan and Kobe at that point. If he had stayed pat, just let Chris Bosh come to town. If Chris Bosh, no one would have blamed Chris Bosh for leaving Toronto. He was there 7 years. They made the playoffs one time, and I believe were eliminated in the first round. So, dude, 7 years in Toronto, 0 playoff series victories. So, yeah, it's time to go. So, if he had joined, linked up in Cleveland with LeBron, no one would have faulted LeBron for that. Because that's his team. And when you're a nucleus of a franchise, then sometimes you get free agents that gravitate to you. Or you get a trade that works out. But the way he jumped ship to Miami was so weak. And that set the trend for Kevin Durant to do it with Golden State 6 years later. If LeBron had still stayed with Cleveland and not jumped ship, Durant never would have left. Well, he might have left OKC, but he wouldn't have went to the Warriors. That's only in volume. If LeBron has more clutch shots than Kobe, it's because he's played so much longer. But LeBron is notorious for freezing up when the pressure's on. He doesn't come through. Okay, let me this needs to be put into context. Okay. Okay, let's Okay, Michael Jordan holds the record specifically for game-winning buzzer beaters. LeBron holds the record for the most total clutch shots. I guarantee you that number is inflated. That is propaganda. Probably a shot that he hit in like the last minute or something. Doesn't even necessarily mean they won the game. Let me see. Okay. So this is, I'll pull this up. Let's see. Okay. Okay, there we go. Michael Jordan holds the record for most game-winning buzzer beaters in NBA history, with Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and Joe Johnson leading the all-time. Is that list? Sorry, my logo's in the way there. All-time list. Okay. Buzzer beaters versus general game winners. The count for clutch shots changes based on whether you mean a buzzer beater or a go-ahead shot. Game-winning buzzer beaters, combined regular season and playoffs, Michael Jordan leads with 9 total, 6 in the regular season, 3 in the playoffs. Closest buzzer beater competitors, Kobe Bryant, Joe Johnson, are right behind with 8 total career buzzer beaters each. Playoff buzzer beaters, LeBron James holds the record specifically for the postseason with 5 game-winning playoff buzzer beaters. Broader, let me go ahead and take this down. What is up there, Stefan? Broader go-ahead definition. Tracking metrics that count any game-winning field goal in the final seconds place modern players like LeBron James higher due to a total career volume over extended seasons. So there you go. Also, Michael Jordan had less buzzer beaters in the playoffs because he was not in the situation where he needed to hit buzzer beaters often. But trust me, when the game was on the line, you wanted it in Mike's hands. Mike was the quarterback. And Mike could he was going to make the best basketball play. Because some people are like, why are you faulting LeBron for passing up, taking shots when Michael Jordan passed to Steve Kerr? Very different. Watch the replay. Michael Jordan had the ball on his hands. He drove to the basket. Then he was going to react on the defense. If they wanted to cover him one-on-one, he would have just taken the shot, no problem. But when they double-teamed him, they left Steve Kerr open. So he kicked it out to Steve Kerr, who hit the game-winning shot. So it was the right basketball play. Jordan, his eyes were on the goal. He was ready to strike. And he said, the better play, instead of me shooting over 2 guys, kick it out to another shooter wide open. And it was the right play, and they won. The next year, against the Jazz when the game was on the line, he stripped Karl Malone, stole the ball, dribbled down court, and then hit a shot over single coverage. He wasn't afraid either time. LeBron, on the other hand, freezes up and gets scared in the moment. He has that deer in headlights. Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, they go to it. It doesn't necessarily mean they're always going to shoot it. If there's a guy who's open, of course they're going to kick it out. LeBron, he really doesn't, as they say, he really doesn't have a bag. Go back and look at Game 4 this year against OKC. The Lakers were down. Actually, the Lakers took the lead. Marcus Smart put the Lakers up. Then Chet Holmgren dunks right over LeBron trying to guard him for the Thunder to take the lead. Lakers are down 1 with like 20 seconds to go. They pass the ball to LeBron. LeBron dribbles around not knowing what to do. Alex Caruso's guarding him. LeBron throws up a huge brick. Thunder get the rebound. Series and game over. LeBron really does not have a bag. He has ugly dribble, and he doesn't know what he's doing once he gets there. He's only effective when he can bully over guys who are afraid of him. But Alex Caruso has dog and fight in him. And he defended LeBron. J.J. Barrera and Jason Terry were shutting down LeBron in the 2011 finals. Let me know the series where Jordan and Kobe were getting punked by Jason Terry, J.J. Barrera, or Alex Caruso. How about that, ARW? Please do show me that footage. No, Bob, you know as a student of the game, watch LeBron. Go back. I'm working on a video. I don't have it up yet. I'm going to have it up in the next couple days. But I show the play where LeBron absolutely dribbles around with no plan. He has plenty of time. I understand when there's like 5 seconds, you got to dribble frantically and just try to throw it the best shot you can. There was over 20 seconds on the clock. He had time to set up and run a play. And it was just ugly basketball. Alex Caruso was guarding him. Yeah. The only time, 2 times, LeBron has looked to be close to Kobe Bryant's level was in 2007 against the Pistons in that 48 special when he scored 29 straight points. That boy was balling that game. I admit, I thought he was the future. I said, this is his coming out party. This boy is about to explode. I was like, he's going to be on Kobe's level, maybe even better than Kobe. But then he shrunk after that. He choked in the finals. Obviously, he's playing a really good team, so I don't fault him for losing. But he didn't even play well at all in the 2007 finals. He really took a step back. And then in the 2013 finals, in Game 7, in the fourth quarter, he came to play. He lit my Spurs up in that fourth quarter. But I also feel like he did it because the Spurs were just so deflated from that epic choke job they did the night before when Ray Allen hit that devastating game tying 3. But I give credit to LeBron. Before Ray Allen hit a 3, LeBron hit a 3. But LeBron bricked the first 3, and then Danny Green, who was defending LeBron, sprinted down court because he was hoping the Spurs would get a rebound, and then they could just chuck it to him all the way down court so he'd have an easy dunk to put the game away. Dumbass, you were up 5. You didn't need to go up 7. What you needed to do was stand in front of your man and defend. So what happened was the Spurs didn't get the rebound because for some reason Pop had Duncan on the bench. So Chris Bosh grabs the rebound, kicks it back open to a wide open LeBron because Danny Green is sprinting down court. And LeBron hit an open three-pointer to cut the lead down. And then the next possession was when Ray Allen hit the shot to tie it. So we really can thank Danny Green for just being a complete moron and leaving LeBron wide open. Because for some reason, he really felt like they had to raise the lead from 5 to 7. I guess Danny wanted to be in the spotlight. But that is something that really sticks in my mind when I think about Danny Green. I still resent him for that 13 years later because that was just such a dumb. I don't mind if you get beat because a guy's just better than you, fine. But don't lose off of a boneheaded, stupid play. And Stephen, that's the problem I have with Westbrook, is so many stupid, boneheaded plays. Talent-wise, Russell Westbrook is his own player. Never been, just like LeBron, never been another LeBron. There never will be another LeBron. There's never been another Westbrook. There will never be another Westbrook. Westbrook is his own rare type. But he never amounted to what he could because he wasn't coachable. And he makes boneheaded play after boneheaded play. And that is ultimately why Kevin Durant left. Because he couldn't deal with all of it. Kevin Durant was like the best scorer in the league. And Westbrook was called West Brick. But yet he would often ball hog and take shots instead of passing to Durant. And that was stressing Durant out. And that is why Westbrook is never deemed on as high a level as he could be. And I was a big Westbrook fan. And I just got tired of it after every year. I was like, when is this guy going to get it? That he needs to be coachable and elevate his teammates. Yes, he's averaged triple doubles, but he doesn't make his team better. And that's all a point guard is supposed to do. I will take Drew Holiday over Westbrook. Now, you might like Westbrook's highlight reel better than Drew Holiday's, sure. His thunder dunks, sure. But how about Drew Holiday's got 2 championships? Of course Giannis was MVP. But Drew Holiday played a big role. If Westbrook was the point guard for the Bucks, they probably would have lost to the Suns. Drew Holiday was a big component of that championship. And then he confirmed it years later. They swapped out. They released Marcus Smart, and then they got Drew Holiday, the Celtics, and the Celtics won the championship in 2024. So Drew Holiday won in 2021, and then he won again in 2024 with a different team. That's the kind of player I like. A high character, smart, high IQ player. I don't need thunder dunks because guess what? Thunder dunks are 2 points. Just like a regular layup. All I need is for my guys to play smart. Yeah. And I was so torn because I was still a fan of Westbrook back then because I still rocked with OKC. Even after Harden left, I still was a fan because I loved Durant. And I liked Westbrook. But every year I was just getting more and more agitated with him. Nah, not going too far. Do you want a guy who puts up a bunch of thunder dunks and averages a triple-double on empty calorie stats? Or do you want your point guard to contribute to winning? You know what? This reminds me. This is something, maybe I can do this Maybe we can do this. I have an idea. I am going to take, there's going to be no money involved. This isn't going to be any money. Me and 29 other people. Stefan, I'm sure you want to get on board. I'm sure Jay will get on board. We're going to have 30 people. We're going to represent every team in the NBA, all 30 teams. One person for each team. And what we're going to do in a fantasy football, fantasy basketball style, we're going to have a draft. But this isn't Bob C. Perfect for you. This is an all-time draft. You can take Bill Russell. You can take Darren Peterson. What we're going to do is we're going to draft. I want to say we'll do 12 to 15 rounds. I saw some guys do this last year, but what they did, they only had 10 people. So they basically did like a fantasy basketball draft, but it was all time, which was cool. But the thing is, everybody had talented rosters because there's only 10 participants. But if you have 30 participants, then you get to separate yourself. So, Stefan, my point is, are you going to take Westbrook in the first or second round? I would rather wait a few rounds and take a Drew Holiday. I'd rather load up. I'd rather have Wilt Chamberlain and Tim Duncan with Drew Holiday rather than to try to get, let me get Russell Westbrook. Or, no, let me scratch that. Rather than having to get a top-tier center and then sacrifice somewhere else. This is the strategy. Get good value at every position. You don't have to swing for the fences on every pick. Because after we get out of round 3, the best players of all time are gone. Now we've got rounds 4 through 12 to go. And you're going to have to dig deep. And I would beat you. I would beat you with Drew Holiday over Westbrook. Now, if you want to have a dunk contest, sure, Westbrook wins that. But Drew elevates his teammates. How are you going to win with Westbrook when he does not elevate his teammates? So, here's a question. If somebody gets the number 1 pick in this draft I'm thinking about, if someone gets the number 1 pick, is anyone not taking Michael Jordan 1? I'm taking Michael Jordan 1. Bob C., who you taking 1? Stefan, who would you take 1? Yep. What about you, Bob C.? You taking Jordan 1? Is Bob C. still in here? Looks like he left. Yeah. So whoever gets number 1 is going to take Jordan. But I love it that there are guys who would take Westbrook over Drew Holiday. I was actually pretty good at fantasy sports. I did fantasy football a lot, and I did fantasy basketball. I had a league. Believe it or not, I was at a pretty big church, and like from 2002 to 2006, 2007, I went to this church. It was pretty big, and there were a lot of athletes that went to this church, a lot of college athletes, and even some professional athletes, like Peter Boulware, who was on the 2001 Ravens Super Bowl team with Ray Lewis and Ed Reed. He attended this church, and a few other NFL guys. But sports was like a really big thing in this church. So whenever, we had hangouts and stuff, we would talk about sports a lot. So I did a fantasy basketball. And we did an in-person draft. I want to say there was 8 to 10 of us. I think it was like 8 of us. I annihilated that draft. Every single week, I only lost, out of all the weeks of the regular season, I lost one week and I tied another week. I won every other week, and then I just ran through the playoffs. Because I know how to construct a roster. These guys were just going for like the highest rated players. And I dominated in fantasy football often too. But I had to give that up because I was getting too stressed out. I would find myself just glued to the TV from 1 p.m. all the way till like 11 o'clock. 10 straight hours, I'm glued to the TV. And it just got way too stressful. And yes, and you are who I would welcome into my league so I could beat you. You and Jay both. Come on and take Westbrook. Take all the fun players. I'll just take guys who elevate others and make everyone better. Yeah, I haven't done fantasy sports in years either. I think the last time, actually, I did some free leagues, but yeah, I did some leagues. Okay, now I got a story. Now you got me reminiscing. So I think hopefully not everyone leaves, but if not, it'll just be me and Steph because this is up his alley. I didn't even know what fantasy football was until like 2002. Stefan, did you watch NFL back then in the early 2000s? Because if I remember, it was 2002. If you do, you'll remember the players that I was talking about. Okay. This was when Curtis Martin was like a high coveted running back. So that was like my first year. I wasn't even sure how to do fantasy football. Clinton Portis was a rookie. Marshall Faulk, that was the number 1 guy. And I got the number 1 pick, so I took Marshall Faulk 1. Ricky Williams went high. Um, Donald Donald Driver was a guy I picked up off the waiver wire like week 1, and he was doing so well for me the whole season. Anyways, what I'm saying is I didn't even understand fantasy football, but one of my friends had been doing it for years, and they were a guy short. And it was $50 to enter, and so not 10 man, only $500 total money. So not a high stakes league, but it's just for fun. So I go in there, I get Marshall Faulk with the top pick. And then I've got number 1 pick. So then it comes back to me. And I remember taking Isaac Bruce because he was a really big wide receiver. But I didn't understand, just because you can be really talented, but doesn't mean you put up the most stats. So Isaac Bruce didn't put up a lot of stats. I just remember I loved watching Isaac Bruce and the Rams. So I was like, I've got Falk. Now I'm going to get Isaac Bruce. And then I'm like, is Donovan McNabb available? I'll take Donovan McNabb. So I took Donovan McNabb, Isaac Bruce, and Marshall Faulk. And guys are kind of snickering at me because I reached way too early for Isaac Bruce. I reached way too early for McNabb. Didn't really know what I was doing. Then with my 4th and 5th pick, I took a rookie named Clinton Portis. And I took Tony Gonzalez, the highest rated tight end. I said I got the highest rated running back and the highest rated tight end. And then on the next pick, I took the highest rated defense, which was the Rams at the time. So, anyways, starting out, it looked as if my team was not very good. I don't remember everything that happened, but I remember I dominated week 1. And you know how I am, Stefano. I love the trash talk. But people really misinterpret me. They think I have fun trash talking. I love trash talking with people. But don't go out of bounds. Don't get personal. I can't stand that. That's a pet peeve of mine. I think there's a fine line. And I don't think you should cross that line. So if I'm trash talking you about our teams, and then you want to start hurling insults at people about every problem they've ever had or something, just because you're mad that your team lost or something, I don't like people like that. Because they're talking out of anger. I talk trash out of fun. And that's what I love. I used to love watching First Take when it was Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless. Like before they started all the race baiting later on. Stephen A. Smith and Skip were so fun to just watch go back and forth. That's what I like. Stefan, did you see me go at Connor on Scap's live stream tonight or earlier today? That's what I'm talking about. I love going back and forth like that. I like Connor. I like that he gave it back to me. It wasn't angry. It wasn't personal. We're just fighting, duking it out about LeBron versus Kobe, LeBron versus Jordan. And I'm going at him hard, and he's coming back hard. And it's enjoyable to me. I love that. But I don't like it when people get angry and then start like fighting with you. Yeah, it was good. But see, that's another thing. That is something which Jay doesn't like to debate. So when I try to stir up a debate, he gets pissed off and just he crosses the line and gets angry and starts screaming at me. And I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Let me back off here. So I don't debate with him really. Because he doesn't like debating. He likes to just like report, basically. Like a news anchor. Like a sports center. I think Jay's dream job was a sports center anchor. So that's what he loves to do. He loves to report. And he doesn't mind if I kind of like, maybe slightly give some backlash or pushback. But if I really like vehemently disagree, he doesn't like that. So I'm like, okay, let me back off that. Yeah, Connor's cool because he went at me without getting angry. So that's just the thing with Jay. Jay doesn't like to debate. Now, Jay will, if you set up a debate in advance, he'll do it. But he prefers just coming on a live stream and talking and reporting, so to speak. And he's so good. He really could have been a great SportsCenter anchor. I think that's something he regrets is that he didn't push that harder when he was younger. I think you can kind of tell because he would have been a great SportsCenter anchor. But the unfortunate thing is if he had been a SportsCenter anchor, he'd be forced to push this LeBron narrative or lose your job. The good thing about him not becoming a SportsCenter anchor is he can essentially do the same thing on his own platform. He's so good at just at reporting. He can go on and on and on nonstop. Like me, I got to take a break. And what Jay doesn't realize, it's actually, and I've told him this, I don't think he really understands when I tell him this. Stefan, maybe you'll agree with me, or maybe you'll agree with Jay. He has his gifting. He has the gift of intellect, which allows his brain to process information quickly. And that's the advantage he has over debating people. He can process quicker. And it's actually a gift. But I don't think he thinks that it's a gift. What do you think, Stefan? Would you agree with me that that actually is a God-given gift? And of course, when you have a God-given gift, you have to work that gift. Yes. But it doesn't matter how hard you work at something if you don't have a God-given gift. Like, for example, I don't have the God-given gift to sing. So it doesn't matter how hard I work with a vocal coach. I am not going to become a good singer. It doesn't matter how hard I work at it. But if I have the God-given gift to sing, and then I work with a vocal coach, then I can elevate my gift and get even better. How is he an idiot? ARW, do you want to come on here and explain to me how he's an idiot? And I do disagree with him about things. Stefan, you know what I disagree with Jay about at times? I think that he's overly harsh at times. And I mean, he will I'll probably even admit that, yeah, sometimes I can be that way. I mean, now I'm very critical myself. I'm very critical. But I criticize. I'm not going to criticize a guy who plays hard and tries and comes up short. But I'll criticize someone like Jamal Murray or Russell Westbrook when they make boneheaded plays. I can't stand boneheaded decisions. Like, you have to know how to put your best foot forward. If you come up short, okay. Well, I don't necessarily think Kobe's top 2, but I'm not going to say Jay's an idiot for thinking that. And Jay doesn't disagree with me. I tell him I have Wilt number 2. Jordan's my number 1. Wilt is my number 2. And Jay doesn't argue with me about that. Now, maybe he'd start venturing into idiotic territory if he was like, no, Kobe's way better than Wilt. But he's not, because he admits he doesn't know enough about Wilt to really adequately speak on it. So he and I are in agreement with that. Yeah. And that's I'll tell you one of the things I don't like that Jay said that I actually was offended by. When he said Kevin Durant is a scumbag. And I would tell him, you're being overly hard. You're judging him, his character as a person, based on him leaving Russell Westbrook. When Westbrook, we know, as talented as he is, he never elevated Durant. Empty calorie stats. And he hasn't ever competed for a championship since leaving, since Durant left. Durant's not, even if you disagree, to equate Kevin Durant with the likes of LeBron James. Because LeBron James is a scumbag. Durant's not a scumbag. Of course, he's got his faults. At the end of the day, Kevin Durant is someone who just loves basketball. That's who Kevin Durant is. I don't think Kevin Durant is a dick to fans like LeBron is. Now, of course, if fans are trash talking him, he might get pissed off and trash talk back. If he doesn't like things people are saying on social media, he'll go on a burner account and argue with them. I mean, we all do that. You could say, oh, you should be above that. But Kevin Durant wants to mix it up with guys. I'm not going to call him a scumbag for that. Draymond Green is a scumbag. Kevin Durant's not. Kevin Durant is very laid back. And I think Kevin Durant is actually someone who loves people. He doesn't use people and discard them like LeBron James does. LeBron James is a raging narcissist. So my point is that is what, when we call someone a scumbag, should be reserved for. Yeah, see, that you'd have to look at the context. See, that's another thing I have a problem debating Jay on a live stream is if it's a topic that we haven't prepped for. Sure, he may have stats memorized. I don't. I need to look them up. And then not only do you look up the stats, but you also have to get the context of the stats. That's another thing, is a lot of times these narratives are out of context. What I do is I do like deep dive studies and to get proper context, but that takes time. And that's not something you do on a live stream. That's something you do on your own time. You bring all the information together and then you present that information on a live stream or video. But like if I'm to research a topic right now, that's going to get boring. I'm going to get 90% of the people leaving. I agree. Yes, definitely. Yes. That is definitely what LeBron is. Stefan, you know what I think? You know what I think the holdup is? Like I said, I don't think Jay really likes to debate. Especially, I don't think he wants to debate me because I am relentless. Like, if I'm not agreeing with you, I'm not going to budge. And I think that's probably why he doesn't like to debate, because it kind of goes in circles. There was a topic. Obviously, we disagree about Durant and Westbrook, but Stephen, come on. I could take you and Jay on at the same time, and you guys can argue all you want. And then guess what's going to happen at the end when cooler heads prevail? Everyone's going to concede Durant is way better than Westbrook. You can say you like Westbrook better. That's fine. No problem with that. But, come on. Everybody knows Durant is on that level, man. I loved what he did in the 2012 finals. Man, I was so excited watching him in OKC. And that was after they annihilated my Spurs. My Spurs were up 2-0 on them. We had won 10 straight playoff games. Had all the momentum in the world. And Durant and OKC came alive. And James Harden was hitting dagger shot after dagger shot on my Spurs. I'm like, this team is too good. I'm like, this team is in the 22, 23. I'm like, this is the next dynasty. What the heck just happened to my Spurs? And then that was like, I can't wait to watch them annihilate Miami. And they did in game one. And then the refs started controlling everything. And then Miami won out. To this day, until as long as I have breath in my body, I will proclaim OKC was robbed. What's up there, Joshua Mars? How's it going, man? Yeah, I just really... Yeah, and see, that's another thing. There's a fine balance. I want to be passionate and vehement. I want to be in your face. I want to rant. At the same time, I want you to know I love doing this. I'm having fun with it. Yes, of course I meant everything I said to Connor. But my tone is what I think is fun. And it's not out of anger or hate. I'm not going to get mad if you raise a good point and I'm not sure what to say next. And then I'm just like, well, X and O, well, your wife left you 2 years ago. You're a loser. Well, you got a drinking problem. You see what I'm saying? Then you start resorting to personal attacks. I don't like that. I like people just to be able to stay on topic and go at each other. But I feel like a lot of people like you are like, they just want to be polite. Like, they'll get in this chat here and talk all their noise in this chat section. Bring them on, and all of a sudden, well, I just think LeBron's better than Kobe. But yeah, I mean, I like your channel. I like your videos. No, come at me. Come at me. It's okay. Just let's stay on the topic of sports. And the only time you can get personal is when you're is if you're talking about how they personally are. Like, oh, you're a LeBron jock sniffer. Well, hey, dude, you're only 22 years old. You haven't been around. That's about as far as personal you want to get. And it's pertaining to the sports discussion. Yeah, I want to do that, but the way that we would all have to prep. We could do it on a live, though. But I think I would probably, I don't know. I'm not sure how I would do it, but it would be fun. But am I going to be able to get 30 people to come on a live stream? Probably not. So you and me are 1-2. Would other people like to do that? Okay, hold on. Let me put this into perspective there, Christopher. Okay, Jordan and LeBron are very different. Jordan was not chasing rings. Christopher, you do know that he could have easily went to the Lakers and got another 2 to 3 rings. Phil Jackson was coaching. So his coach was coaching. He was friends with Kobe Bryant, mentoring Kobe Bryant. He could have easily went to the Lakers and won multiple championships. But why didn't he do that? Because he was not ring chasing. LeBron, on the other hand, is ring chasing because he wants to win a championship with a fourth team so that he can push his stupid ass GOAT narrative. Jordan never tried to shove the GOAT narrative down our throats. That's the problem with LeBron. Let me ask you this, Christopher. Why is LeBron trying to always say he is the GOAT? Why is he always constantly trying to push that narrative? Yeah, Stephen, you know what I thought I was going to do was just do it manually by hand on paper. I can do that. That's a mindset I have. I'm on the spectrum. I haven't got an official diagnosis, but I can do redundant, tedious tasks that even if it's slower, I'm okay going slower. I would rather take my time in doing a task, but I'm very thorough. I'm slow, but I'm thorough. like I did my speed typing test, and I had average speed, but I had 100% accuracy on my my data entry test. So I'm slower, but I'm very thorough. So I would do this draft. I'd probably just write everything down on paper. What I'd probably have to do is get everyone's email address and just get everyone to email me per pick. When did they go over my video? Sports and Fitness Rants was shit talking me. And then he didn't even have the courage to come to my live stream when I called him out. Told him, come on my live stream and talk your shit to me, Sports and Fitness Rants. Saying that I was a plant for Scap. Scap sent me to infiltrate his live stream. What the fuck are you talking about? Scap never told me to go. I just happened to stumble across your live stream, and I clicked on the link to watch to see what he was talking about. And then he said on the live stream, he said that Jokic is not the best player in the league. So I wrote him a question. Okay, if Jokic is the best player in the league, who's your MVP this year? He didn't see it until after he logged off. Then he takes my question from the chat and makes a whole video about it, talking shit about me and Scap. Oh yeah, this is Scap's moderator. He sent him in here into my live stream. These guys are weirdos. Now you're taking it to another level. See, that's the fucking problem I had with that douchebag. I tried to make peace with him. I cursed him out on the live stream. Hours later, I took the live stream down and wrote him and said, listen, Scott didn't send me in there. I just saw your live stream. I was simply asking you a question. Oh, he's like, Gary don't even know, that boy don't know basketball. All he knows how to do is make LeBron James expose videos. He don't know shit about basketball. Oh, he asked me who the MVP is better than Joker, but what he should know is that the MVP is not always the best player. I didn't disagree with that. He's acting like I was saying the MVP and the best player are always the same. I just said, who's your MVP over Jokic? So he sat there and just went on 20, because you know another thing with Robin, he can't make a short video. It's always got to be like 30 minutes. So he's just ranting for 30 minutes about me. And I'm like, what the hell? Why are you going at me like this? So I eventually wrote him. I said, hey, I took the video down because I feel like we're a couple of pigs rolling around in the mud. That's not what I want my channel to be about. I don't think you want your channel to be about that. We are allies in this fight against LeBron James, this false narrative. He refused to take the video down. So now he's over here covering one of my videos? Well, here's another thing. AOH likes my content. I've left messages on his video. Dude won't say anything to me. And another thing is, I've said stuff to AOH when he came into the chat of one of Scap's live streams. Didn't even acknowledge me when I was talking to him, and I was speaking audibly because I'm the moderator. And if I want to speak to someone in the chat, Jay lets me do it. I don't have a dynamic with Robin. And you know what? I used to tell Scap, yeah, let's get some good debates on the live streams and I'll moderate. We can bring Robin on one day. We'll bring Mookie from R-Rated Sports. We'll bring some other guys on. Um, but now, no. Robin is just disqualified himself since he attacked me like that. And then I took my live stream down and he left his video up. So if people search my name, they're going to come across his video shit talking me, which I don't appreciate that because he, Stefan, to my point, I said earlier, context matters. He took me out of context. He thought that Scap was scared of him, so he sent me to infiltrate his live stream. Do you know how idiotic that is? You really think Jay is afraid? Afraid of Robin to debate? Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, because they make it easy. Whenever you're glazing LeBron like that, it's just so easy for me to counter it. They haven't been glazing him quite as much, so that's why I've slowed down on the videos. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad people are liking it. Why do you think he turned out to be a dick? I've got to say, I'm not going to go as far as to say he's a dick. He was just acting like a dick towards me. I think he means well, but you know he's got to tone it down at times. It's fine to go on your rants. I do the same thing, but it's okay. You got to have a balance. You got to okay. Let's calm down. And now you know we did our rants. Now let's talk real. But it doesn't seem like he's capable of that. Yeah, exactly. Scat, he doesn't care. He does not care what people are saying. Right. Yes. I'm so relieved as well because I know he was pushing to go there. I know he wanted the Spurs. Yeah, it's because he disagrees with Scat on Jokic. And that's fine. You guys can have a debate. But Robin also started saying that, if I remember correctly, you know what? I don't know. Maybe he didn't. But people were race baiting, saying that Scap was racist for liking you. Robin might not. It was Mookie. Mookie did. And I took the live stream down, but I did do a live stream one night where I was responding to Mookie, and I said, Mookie, stop the race baiting. You don't need it. You can hold a good debate with Scap. This is nothing to do with race. Just keep it about the sports. But whenever we want to start getting personal and hurling gross accusations like racism, if Scap was a racist, I wouldn't be associated with him. Now, Scap can be, I feel like he can discriminate against people at times when he's overly harsh with his criticisms, but it ain't a bias for race. I just feel like he's overly harsh. I feel like he's overly harsh on Karl Malone. Karl Malone may be my all-time least favorite player. And I feel like Scap really was overly harsh with him by saying Karl Malone's not elite because he never won a championship. John Stockton never won a championship. All-time leading in assists, though. So, yeah, John Stockton is elite, even without a championship. They were close. It wasn't like they were on a bunch of cruddy teams. And I hated that Jazz team. But you got to give credit where credit's due. So, yeah, there are a lot of things Jay and I do disagree with. But if he was a racist, yeah, I wouldn't associate with him. I don't associate with racists from either side. Yeah, I definitely don't think Kobe. Yeah, see, that's something to my point. You have to watch people. Jay didn't watch Jordan in the 80s. He didn't see that handle. So I think Jay could be swayed, though, if he spent enough time doing some research. Yeah, Kobe is not on MJ's level. And I'm a bigger Kobe fan than MJ. But the way MJ, you want to know what it really comes down to that's not talked about? And I guess this is probably what kind of separates me from the average. I talk about points that people don't often bring up. Like a lot of people just love to go over the stats, and that's fine. But like Jay can process so much information so quickly. What I do is I just look stuff over, and over a certain amount of time, I just pick up on facts, like tidbits. Here's what separates Jordan from Kobe, and probably this is why he's a GOAT. Because of his body size and his hands. His hands are much bigger than Kobe's. That's why he could do all that crazy palming. Kobe couldn't do that. You give Kobe the same size hands as Jordan, maybe Kobe is on Jordan's level. Maybe even better. Interesting thought. But no one is always like joking around about, oh, it's the shoes. Actually, it's the hands. He's got really long hands. Kind of like Kawhi. That's what makes Kawhi so damn effective. That's why he's called the Claw. I just don't know why Robin and AOH would be looking over my stuff since Robin apparently hates me because he thinks that I'm a spy for Scap. Like Scap called me, Gary, I need you to, Gary, I need you to do something. I didn't mean to sound like Donald Trump. Gary, listen, Robin is really dishing out some great content and putting me in my place about Jokic. And frankly, I can't debate the guy, Gary. Please infiltrate his live stream and let me know what is being said in there so that maybe I can make a video to combat some of his brilliant points. Please, Gary, please. And I'm like, I don't know about this, Jay. This is dangerous. Gary, I will send you $1,000 right now. Please do this. Okay, Jay, I'll do it. And then I infiltrated his secret live stream that was open to the public. You know how dumb and paranoid that sounds? I know I sound paranoid at times, but that's just next level stupidity. You know, he doubled down. He didn't even take it back once I explained to him in the comment section, and he responded to my comment in the comment section, but he refused to take the video down. So you go to his page, and he still got a video he made about me. Exactly. Oh, you don't know, Ball. You don't know, Ball. Robin, you probably could. prove me wrong on a point. That doesn't mean I don't know anything about basketball. I've proven Scap wrong on a point. Does that mean, oh, you don't know basketball, Scap? You made a mistake this one time. Can we look at a general body of work? Oh, one time LeBron hit a game-winning shot. Oh, he's not scared. 23-year career. Remember that time he hit that game-winning shot? He's not scared. Well, they never interact with me. AOH has never dropped a single comment on my channel. Neither has Robin. Who signed KCP? Let me look. Let me see. You're not talking about the Sixers, are you? Who signed KCP? KCP's pretty good. I'm not seeing anything on here. Okay, let me come back. Okay, who are you talking about? Surprise me, bro. Did you see that on my last video, I did another snippet on him pouring wine. I cracked myself up. Hey, if nobody else thinks I'm funny, I think I'm hilarious. I think my jokes are hilarious. And almost every time I crack a joke on Scap's live stream, nobody laughs. Like, I'm the only one, but oh well, I think I'm funny. And I definitely think my little wine commentary on my LeBron video was hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Robin said that, but Mookie did. But hopefully Mookie will take that back. It was Machiavelli, some dude named Machiavelli, that really went on a rant about Scap being racist. Yeah, that dude would get annihilated by Jay in a debate. You know, if somebody wants to say Scap's a Kobe Glazer, I'm not going to argue with that. Maybe I'm a Kobe Glazer as well. Maybe we are. Maybe we're a couple of Kobe Glazers. I mean, he's on another level. But, you know, I'm probably going to be the Wembanyama Glazer. And that's fine. I'm glazing. I love Wembanyama. I love everything about him. I love what he's doing for the league. I loved when he refused to shake hands. Just because I think we're bringing real rivalry back to the league. That's why. And I think he will grow out of that. I think this is a phase as he's young. And it's good for the current product. Obviously, I don't want everybody doing that. And I do want Wembanyama to shake hands at some point. But I think the real reason he felt like we beat ourselves. Damn it, we should have won this series. I'm not giving you props because I beat myself. But if he had shaken hands, I'd have been okay with that as well. But I love Wemby. Wemby may turn out to be my favorite player of all time when all is said and done. He's just so fascinating to watch. Like, I'm trying to think what player I've ever watched and been just so engrossed with just seeing his presence on screen. Wembanyama may be my favorite player to watch I've ever seen, even over Jordan and Kobe. Not saying he's better than them. I'm just talking about there's something fascinating about him. His whole aura is just fascinating. Exactly. It'd be one thing if he only had white players on his wall. Larry Bird's the GOAT. Larry Bird's better than Jordan. Yeah, Stockton is elite. And that is the debate I would have had with Scat. And I would have not let up. And he would have just got pissed off. That time we got into it, and I backed off because he was getting angry. When he was trying to make a joke out of Karl Malone because he hadn't won a ring, he's like, Gary, I have standards. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? So if you're not top 10 all time, you're not good? Do we not have? There's been over like 5,000 NBA players thus far, somewhere in that range. So if you're a top 100 out of 5,000, you're a great player. Karl Malone and John Stockton didn't win championships, but they were elite. They were elite players. So, sorry. I mean, John Stockton's the all-time leader in assists and steals. And on top of that, look at how many games. He barely missed any games. Would he have like a 19-year career and miss like 5 games or something crazy? Look, you know what? Let me. So fast now with this AI search engine, you can look up anything. How many games did John Stockton miss in his career? John Stockton missed 22 regular season games during his 19-year NBA career, playing 1,504 games out of 1,526. That is elite. That's elite. I don't care if he doesn't have a championship because Michael Jordan stopped him twice. John Stockton is elite. And yes, I will fight Jay on that. You're not going to sit here and tell me diminish guys because they didn't get a championship in Michael Jordan's reign, especially. So that is the one thing I'll debate Jay on. But I think Jay probably would. I don't think it would go in circles. Because I don't think he would keep doubling down on me. Oh my goodness, it's 2 a.m. Wow. Well, I've got a very active chat going on. So that's why I've stayed on. So I'll stay on for a little bit longer, but you have to excuse me. I have to run to the restroom. But while I'm gone, I'll add that for you guys to go over. I will be right back. All right. Okay, I've got a lot of comments in here. If you really wanted me to answer something and I didn't, send it again. Okay, what happened? Whew. Have I not said, well, boy, first Steph and I had that chat with the live stream with Jay. Now this one's over 3 hours, going on 8 hours of live streaming. Um, have I not been on record saying that LeBron has done some really good things? But Christopher, here's the problem. He's not as good as Jordan and Kobe. Now, let me tell you why I'm pointing that out. Because he has taken it on himself to claim that he's the GOAT. Now, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I was comparing Tim Duncan and Kevin Garnett. The general consensus, without much debate, is that Tim Duncan's the greatest power forward of all time. Now, Kevin Garnett is also a great power forward, but not considered the greatest. Tim Duncan is widely considered to be better than Kevin Garnett. But you don't hear me trashing Kevin Garnett. You know why? Because Kevin Garnett didn't say, hey, I'm the best power forward of all time. If he had said that, then he would be getting a lot of backlash from people saying, no, Duncan's better than you. But since he never said that, he never claimed to be better than Duncan or the best power forward of all time, then people just love Tim Duncan and love Kevin Garnett separately. Yeah, Tim Duncan's is the best. I like Tim Duncan better. Well, I like Kevin Garnett better. I don't think Kevin Garnett's better, but I like him more. That's fine. If you say, Chris, hey, Jordan's better, yes, but, I like LeBron more. Well, that's how I am with Kobe and Jordan. I like Kobe more than Jordan, but Jordan's better. David Robinson, I like David Robinson better than Jordan, but Jordan's better. Now, if David Robinson came out and said, hey, I'm the greatest center of all time, I'd have to give backlash to David Robinson. No, you're not better than Wilt. You're not better than Kareem. You're not better than Hakeem Olajuwon. Better than Shaq's more dominant than David Robinson, but David Robinson has much better skill set. All Shaq could do is dunk. That's why I did not like Shaq, because all he did was bully everybody who was smaller than him and dunk. That's all he did. He couldn't shoot. He was annoying. And I think that's why Kobe was so sick of him, because all the guy did was bully you down low. But he didn't practice and build his skill set. Shaq was lazy, essentially. So Shaq could have been way better. Boy, oh boy, imagine if Shaq had Kobe's work ethic. Shaq might have been the GOAT. But that's the problem, Christopher. Jay and I are not saying LeBron's not great in his own right. He is. But when the constant false narrative is shoved down our throat that he's better than Jordan, better than Kobe, that's why we're constantly in defense mode. Does that make sense, Christopher? Yeah, that was a reaction, yeah, to what LeBron did. And then the league was helping LeBron. And the only combination to counter that was for the Warriors and KD to team up. Because LeBron and his super team and Adam Silver was too much. They would have ran the league. They would have won like 4 or 5 straight championships if Durant did not jump ship and go to Golden State. That was the one thing that would beat out LeBron's super team and Adam Silver. There was nothing Adam Silver could do to help LeBron at that point. But you take KD off the Warriors, then LeBron's super team plus Adam Silver would have beat everyone else. Kobe was not bad in 2000. What are you talking about? I said earlier that Shaq fouled out in game 4 and Kobe took over and won the game for them to take a 3-1 lead instead of the series being tied up 2 apiece. I got to take something. Hang on. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Actually, the LeBron was already on Miami, and then it was a year later. Chris Paul was supposed to go to the Lakers. Does that make sense? What I said, Christopher? Why it is that we're always talking bad about him? Man, oh man. Yeah, Ralph Sampson was like the first Wembenyama. Wembenyama is like a very similar to Ralph Sampson, and hopefully his body holds up. Obviously, there's been advanced, uh, training and conditioning. So hopefully his body's going to hold up. I hate how Ralph Sampson's career was ended prematurely. He was really good. And that's a smart dude. Like I remember Colin Cowherd had Ralph Sampson, and Colin actually looked to be in awe just listening to Ralph Sampson talk. And it didn't seem like it was put on for money, like when Colin often kisses up to his guests when he's glazing LeBron or someone from Clutch. This was genuine. Like he was really like hanging on to Ralph Sampson's every word as Ralph Sampson was just spitting wisdom. He's a really smart guy. Can you guys believe that Colin Cowherd made a video? I need to cover it later. Saying that LeBron going to the Sixers is not ring chasing. How do you say that with a straight face? What are you talking about? How is it easier to win now? I'm sorry, to win then and now. No, it's not. How old are you, Christopher? I'm calling BS here. You think Christopher's 18? Yeah, that is you win asinine comment of the night. Well, I don't know. Some jackass had it earlier saying that the Lakers are racist. But this one's close. Christopher, how old are you? Christopher, how old are you? First of all, yes, the Warriors team with Durant was loaded, but the only reason they loaded up like that and got Durant was because LeBron continued to manufacture super teams and Adam Silver had the referees helping. That's the only reason they did that. So if things had been level and fair, then the Warriors would have kept things fair as well. And that's facts. Yeah, there's no way LeBron would have been able to handle the Pistons. Christopher still hasn't answered his age. Yeah, I don't understand this either. Well, it is going to be a comedy show, so I'm glad. Just watching this team, the way they're going to crumble because their egos with Embiid, Jalen Brown, and LeBron. I mean, I think Edgecombe and Maxey are cool. I think they're probably good teammates, easy to get along with. But Jalen Brown, LeBron, and Embiid, not so much. That's not true, Christopher. I'm asking you, Christopher. I want to know your age and I want to know, when did you start watching the game? Because I have a feeling you were not watching it in the 80s and 90s. I've asked you like 3 times. Please tell me your age. I've stated my age. Look at this. He started watching in the 2010s, and he's going to tell us that the competition is tough. It's better today than it was in the 80s and 90s. Bro, I watched it in the 80s and 90s. These guys are not better. Now, there are guys who are less built in the 80s and 90s, but that doesn't mean they're better players. Why are you trying to talk in an entire chat room here? And I love the conversations, by the way. But I'm saying, why are you trying to act as if you're an authority figure on this matter when you're a baby? You just got to the NBA. I at least thought you were watching in the 2000s. In the 2010s, that could be 2017, 2018. You may not have been watching for 10 whole years. So I'm saying, why are you coming on here, which I appreciate you coming on to the live stream, but I'm saying, why are you in here talking as an authority figure on a matter that you don't know anything about? You didn't watch it. That's why what I always say, I have a really hard time comparing guys and Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell's era, Oscar Robertson, when I didn't watch them play. So I'm very careful speaking on them. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why when this guy earlier was in here, Bob C., he watched Wilt Chamberlain in person when he was a child. And he was there for the Wilt era. So he was talking. So I was asking him questions. What was Wilt Chamberlain like? Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, Tori's responded to a couple of my videos. He just does reaction videos. Yeah, he listens. That's the whole point. And there you go. You have a pair of Jordans. Let me ask you, Christopher, do you have a pair of LeBrons? You have a pair of Jordans. That's cool. Do you have a pair of LeBrons? Yeah, I don't mind people coming in who aren't sure, but just don't act like you're teaching. when you don't have the experience. Okay, well there you go. Now, I would say that on average, there are probably guys who are more fit, a little leaner, a little more muscular on average than like in the 80s. But in the 90s, it's not that far off. There's plenty of ripped up guys in the 90s too. The 80s, though, there were less like muscular guys. I think the fitness really started ramping up in the 90s. But even in the 80s and 70s, those dudes still could play, even if they weren't like muscular. They were still ballers, though. See, I think the Young Bucks' problem is they think that if a guy is not muscular, that he's not athletic. And that's not true. Exactly. Sean Kemp. Exactly. Yeah. Um, Stefan, you got to you have to throw Russell on there too. Just for all the success he had, 11 rings in 13 years. Yeah, he's got to be somewhere on there. He's got to be top 10. Well, back then that's because they weren't so focused on money back then. It's really out of hand now. I mean, of course they got paid well. Not, I agree. Uh, the problem is just that he's got to be top 10 because he's won 11 in 13 years. So I don't have all the advanced analytics either, but I just know this guy's definitely top 10. And you could put him anywhere, and I wouldn't really argue. If somebody wanted to say he's GOAT, I wouldn't argue. I don't know enough about him, to your point. But 11 and 13 is pretty amazing. But I just know with my two eyes, man, Michael Jordan. And I'm not even a Jordan fan. That's what I think a lot of these people think is that I'm like a Jordan glazer. I couldn't stand Jordan because I wanted Reggie Miller to win a ring. I wanted Charles Barkley to win a ring. I wanted Gary Payton and Sean Kemp to win a ring. And he just rained on the entire league's parade. I'm greedy. I'm taking all the rings. Nobody's eating nothing. This Thanksgiving dinner, everyone's sitting at the table and going to have empty plates, and my plate's going to be stuffed. I'm putting all the food on my plate, and ain't none of one of y'all going to eat nothing. That is what Jordan did. And then he went against the Jazz, a team I hated. And then when he started beating Malone, then I was like, okay, I like Jordan. Then I liked him. Because I couldn't stand Karl Malone. Yeah, there you go. And see, you and I, both of us were not around at that time. But yeah, you do some research and you know, and learn. And that's really, I think, the key. Oh, yeah. But you want to hear something that's funny, Christopher? The guys seem to be in better shape, like endurance wise back then. Because if you look at it, there was none of this lollygagging, walking the court, walking the ball up slow. They ran, they sprinted back and forth. It was like a team scores, they got the ball, they're racing down court. That was something that made the game better back then. Because I get so bored watching a dude take 7, 8 seconds, slow dribble the ball up court, and then just set up some boring half court BS. I like guys racing down court. I like fast breaks. Fast breaks is how the game was supposed to be played. That's why the Showtime Lakers are so much fun. And that's why fans get so excited during fast breaks. But nowadays, and it got like this in the 90s too. But like in the 80s, they raced down the court. I think it was sometime in the 90s when they started slowing it down. And it's been doing that ever since. I was watching a lot of them. No, you can watch regular season games. They came on TV. You don't have as much access as we do now. But I mean, yeah, you would just have to watch the games on cable. But then, you know, like we had an Atlanta channel that showed the Hawks games, and the Sunshine Network would show the Magic games, the Orlando Magic games. Yeah, exactly. TBS, WGN, and TNT. I think I got to wrap this up. It is almost 3 a.m. Anyone have any last questions or anything? I thought I was going to be on here for 30 minutes to an hour. But yeah, I don't want to throw my sleeping schedule all off. He's never interacted with me. I don't have an invitation. He's never even commented. He's watching my video. You said that they were watching my videos. They've never even dropped me a comment. Like, all Robin's ever done is insult me. He's never said anything positive about me. Okay. Yeah. Now we're going to stick LeBron. This is God's justice. God's like, you know what fan base deserves, LeBron? Philly. That's really what was taking so long. LeBron was trying to go to the Spurs or OKC. God's like, nah, I don't want that fan base to get you, Bron. I got some plans for you. This is going to be humorous. Let me send you to Philly. What a match made in hell. LeBron and his baby immature antics and those douchebags in Philly. What a match made in hell that's going to be. By the way, speaking of, you guys got to check out this YouTube channel. Hold on, let me pull it up. These guys, they mock Philly fans. I would love to show a clip, but I don't know if I get copywritten. But I will show the give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Okay, now that's my channel, if you guys have ever heard of that. All right, I got so many tabs open. I got to figure out which tab I'm going to. I really do. I have like 8 or 9 tabs open. And I'm not sure which one is open on screen. Okay, I think I got, okay, there we go. Got it. Okay, look this channel up. I don't know why it doesn't have more traction. The Polly and Tony Fusco show, and they are a couple of Philadelphia fans who do a podcast, but it's a parody. They just make fun of Philadelphia fans and just say the most moronic, idiotic things. Like, look at this. Sixers did not lose. The real reason the Sixers lost to Knicks in unfair NBA playoffs. That was the first video I caught of them. And I was like, what are they talking about? I was like, wait, did Adam Silver rig it? I thought they were going to try to unveil some conspiracy theory or something. But then they're like making all these excuses. And they're like, well, you know, the Knicks, how dare Josh Hart say that Philadelphia is not a sports town just because there were more Knicks fans at the Philadelphia Knicks games than actually 76ers fans. And they're like, that game was on Mother's Day. So the real fans, good-hearted fans of Philly, they didn't make the game because they were visiting their mothers for Mother's Day. But those Knicks fans, they're a bunch of jerks because they abandoned their mothers on Mother's Day for a basketball game. So the Knicks care more about winning a title than they care about their own mothers. So since the Knicks won a title so bad, I'll give you the titles for worst sons ever. So for every segment, they just go on this long tangent way out of context, obviously. And they do the really thick Philly accents, really over the top. I wish I could just show a quick clip. And then they said, well, the Thunder, this was before the Thunder lost to the Spurs. This is like in the second round, right after the Knicks swept the Sixers. They're like, well, if OKC wins this year, the championship, well, no. They said, we don't know why Daryl Morey is considered a bad GM. They're like, yeah, he's a great GM. If the Thunder win the championship this year, it's because of Daryl Morey. And what he did was he sent Jared McCain to the Sixers. And there was another player that the Thunder stole from the Sixers. Because Daryl Morey knew he had a championship roster, but he had to send them over to the Thunder. And who drafted SGA? Well, the Clippers did before they traded him to the Thunder, but with the 10th pick, we could have drafted SGA, but we passed. Daryl Morey knew to pass over SGA because he had the insight to know SGA was going to get drafted by the Clippers and then traded to the Thunder to team up with Jared McCain and Isaiah Joe, who we sent to the Thunder. So essentially, the Thunder are really the 76ers. So the 76ers are playing for a championship this year. And they just go on these ridiculous rants that are actually really well crafted and humorous. And every time they bring a guest on, they kick them off the show. So you guys should check it out. Thanks for the super chat. Keep up the great content. Hopefully your draft idea happens. Get yourself some dang sleep. LOL. Yeah, I will be doing that soon. I appreciate that. They say there's a great question. Man, oh man, did the East get so weak? And like the 2000s and 2010s, still weak in the 2020s, but it's getting stronger. It's heading in the right trajectory for sure. I can't wait for the expansion draft because they need to take De'Aaron Fox. That's what I'm hoping, is that one of these expansion teams takes De'Aaron Fox from the Spurs to get rid of that, to shed us of that contract. We can't succeed. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're not ultimately going to succeed if we lose Castle or Harper. We can't keep Castle and Harper with Fox making $50 million. And I got a Fox video I'm going to do. I've just been doing a LeBron content. I'm gonna get a lot of backlash for it, but it's okay. Have Chet? No. Chet is good except when he goes against Wemby. But like, watch him in the Lakers series. He was dunking all over LeBron. LeBron couldn't do anything about him. Purple, you are an OKC fan, correct? And seeing you in TSR's live streams, and you go to Scap's live streams too, right? So now this is the first time I've seen you on one of my live streams. Yeah, you're an OKC fan, and you're a lot like me. Like, even if it's your favorite team, like I'm like that with the Spurs. I don't just hate every opponent. Like, you're rooting for OKC, but at the same time, you still respect the other fan base, and you can watch the games and have fun. And you keep the trash talking in bounds. That's how I am, and that's what I was saying earlier. Is that I wish more fans were like that, because at the end of the day, I think sports should bring all fan bases together, and we should have fun talking trash. But then, at the end of the day, we dap fists and we're cool. Yeah, Steph, I can't wait either, man. I said on the live stream today with Jay, 3 months feels like an eternity. I cannot wait to watch this Philadelphia experiment. This is going to be hilarious. I can't wait to watch, because Clutch is still got the media in their pocket. But eventually, Clutch is going to lose their grips. Now, everybody that's watched me closely knows that I was saying all last summer, the media is about to turn on LeBron because Jordan is back. But that altered. I still believe that's going to happen, but it's kicked down the road because Jordan was not a weekly studio analyst. I really thought that Michael Jordan was going to be critiquing LeBron James's game. And fans were going to start realizing how overrated LeBron was, and that the media was also going to start being honest about LeBron. But then once it turned out that Jordan ain't coming back to NBC, he just got paid to do one long interview, and then they showed snippets of the interview during the halftime games. That wasn't Jordan didn't join NBC like they said. We never got live reactions from Jordan. So once we learned that, then everything went back the same. Because Colin Cowherd flipped on LeBron and started sucking up to Jordan. And then after the season started, and we realized Jordan was not going to be a weekly in-studio analyst, then Colin flipped back to favoring LeBron again. Because Colin follows the money. That's why you can't trust that guy. Yeah. I'm hoping NBC, you don't even have to pay me $30 million. Just pay me $30,000. Well, yes. Yes, Mr. Tarico, that's absolutely true. LeBron, yes, LeBron sucks. He's overrated. Yes. Yes, Michael Jordan is number one. I would rank Kobe Bryant over LeBron. See how great I would be in that interview? Man, if NBC only knew what they were missing, and they could chop up that interview with me and play it at halftime. You got LeBron at 11. I won't push back on that. I still think I would have him further down. Oh, by the way, guys, let's not forget this. I didn't even finish this. This is my last decision. I'm not going for money. Nobody wanted to give you money. That's why you took $4 million this year. LeBron went from $52 million last year to $4 million this year. Talk about a pay cut. Yeah, nobody was offering you money outside of Sacramento. Maybe Sacramento would have given them the max. But LeBron doesn't want to go play on a cruddy team because then he would be exposed. He wouldn't even make the playoffs. Yeah, you would think so. Yeah, Bronze dropped out of your 15. Yeah, I can see that too. Whew. Yeah, I really do need to get going. I'm trying to push my sleep schedule back. Now here I am staying up on a live stream for 4 hours. Exactly. Exactly. And didn't he say on Mind the Game, didn't he like, I don't know why people are like thinking I'm going to retire. Now on this post here, I really did think I played my last game. He's such a liar. He makes Scap and I's job so easy. That's a good discussion for another day. I am glad that I had a constant stream in today's live stream because usually I get like 5 or 6 people in here. That's it. I've been fluctuating between like 25 and 40 for a while. And it's just a better flow because I get to respond to all the comments. And I apologize because I've been really tired after like the first hour of this live stream. So even though I may seem fairly talkative, I'm actually like really slowed down right now. I'm very delayed, very tired. Night y'all Taco Bell time. Oh my goodness. That's not what you're supposed to eat at 3 a.m. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I used to do that when I was younger. Taco Bell is always open late, man. You get those burritos, Taco Bell or Steak and Shake. Man, oh man. But I had to give all that up. Once I became diabetic, I was like, they tried to put me on medication, but I passed on the medication and just been changing my diet and sleeping and resting, which is why I'm trying not to get my schedule out of whack right now. But if you cut out processed foods, if you eat right and you rest, and even if you just do moderate exercise, that'll really help you reverse diabetes naturally. At least you'll be improved. Oh man. All right, guys. Maybe I'll do another live stream tomorrow, or I'm gonna try to have a video out tomorrow. I've just got so many videos that I'm clipping right now, so it might be another day or two before I actually put a video out. I'm type 2. Yeah, the common one. All right, I'm going to get off here, and I'll see you guys soon. So be on the lookout for a new video or a new live stream. See you guys later.